trapped inside your thoughts, trying so hard to guess the plot. Cause when we meet, you'll see the wait was really worth it. I would wait forever, cause I got faith, it's just a matter of time. All of the nights without you, I will just keep on waiting, waiting for you. For you. Waiting for you. All you really gotta do is keep me on your mind. Just keep me on your mind. And all we really gotta do is not give up. I would wait forever, cause I got faith, it's just a matter of time. All of the nights without you, I will just keep on waiting, waiting for you. Reaching out, and my heart is with you. So much in between, things we've never seen. You're a mirage that my mind can't see through.
Why intensely sends it to the outside, he can't get there. Kevin King is going to win the Barbizzel FTF Cup Series.
To the lead, Bud gets wrecked in front of the pack. He saves it. 3-4 wide as they come to the white flag.
Here comes Vargas down on the apron. They are 5 wide. Ian Plash will win it at the line. Is this package? Oh, there goes Jordan Lopez Jr. That's your race leader. Caution flag is out.
Still no one willing to give up, as they are going to be dead even off of the first chicane.
Oh, he saves it. What's going to happen here? Here comes the canvas. Oh,
Get your front. He got it.
He's got it! He's got it! Did he get there? No!
This is gonna win.
All right, everybody, welcome to the Auto Club Speedway, where tonight we get set for the opening round of the Underdog Fantasy 87 Championship Series with the running of the California 550 benefiting Music City Youth in the Arts. We are so glad to have you once again for another 87 event, but of course we'll be tied in with all of the other events that we're doing this year. We're going to keep points and have a champion at the end of this season, so should be a lot of fun. Blake McCandless, Jacob Hitz will be on the call with you with Zach Johnson down in the virtual production trailer. And, well, Jacob, I know it seems like every 2 months or so we're running out and trotting out and running these events. But here we are. Auto Club has been a heavily requested track when you talk about all of the events that we've done. This is certainly one that's been high up on the list and I think is a fitting setting for our season opener tonight.
No doubt about it. And you kind of think of this racetrack as early on in the season. That's where NASCAR's had it the last couple of years. I know CART would usually end their seasons out west here at Fontana, but it's always great when we get to come to Auto Club Speedway. No matter what they're trying to do to this place, it's cemented alive here. And we'll see what happens tonight. A lot of race cars. It's a long race. But I think everything will work out in the end, and I don't think there's a better place to start than here at Auto Club.
Well, I remember, even Monday Night Racing a couple of months ago put on this car at this track, 87 cars at Auto Club, and boy, it was a pretty incredible race. The groove moved around, and everybody just had a chance to kind of run where they wanted to, and I think that's what we'll see a lot of tonight. Now, the other thing is, Jacob, and again, I kind of look at myself and think, why do I do this to myself? But this is a 275 lap race, 550 miles, 50 miles longer than any race that has been run at Auto Club before in these 87 cars that don't particularly corner well. So this is going to be a significant challenge of endurance, especially for drivers that I think are going to be up against the wall for a majority of the night.
It's a test of man and machine. This track really rough on the tires, so you're going to see a lot of tire wear, perhaps similar to what we saw in the World 600 back when we were at Charlotte, maybe without the tire failures. But we'll have to wait and see what happens. The track is only going to get warmer. We've got a little cloud cover right now here in practice, but in the race, with the sun, it's summertime here. The track temperature only going to go up. Even right now, with clouds around much of the speedway, it's still 115 degrees. That number is going to shoot up. We're probably going to be around the mid to upper 120s. By the time we get we're halfway point, maybe. It'll cool down eventually as the sun starts to set. But we're looking to start right around noon, so it's going to be a hot, slick racetrack.
That it is, and of course it is going to warm up throughout the day. It is July 5th in the sim, so it is smack dab in the middle of the summer for these drivers to try and tackle this Auto Club Speedway tonight. Again, we're giving these drivers enough practice time. We forewent qualifying. I guess I just invented a word there, forewent. But we were scheduled to have heats. We did not run them last night, so it is a qualifying grid tonight that was set by a random draw. So these drivers did not, or at least will not tonight, have a round of qualifying. It did not have their heat order determine where they're starting tonight. We did kind of a weighted random draw for our drivers tonight, which I believe it kind of looks like we have about 36 or 37 that are ready to move forward tonight. We'll have the drivers introduce themselves when we get going here in just a couple of moments, but these last few minutes of practice starting to roll on by. Aaron Smith, the quickest time here at Auto Club, 43.090, which is well above anybody else. Chase Pierce, second quickest with a 43.223. So Aaron Smith definitely showing the way here at Auto Club. But again, like a track that you said, Jacob, that is constantly been heating up throughout practice, and we'll even skip ahead here to noon in the sim. We'll also take all the rubber off of the racetrack and kind of let this thing develop naturally when we start this thing like we have for all of our 87 events. But also kind of nice that we're doing things a little bit different. We had our couple of events last year. The drivers loved them. And with that, we decided to bring in Underdog Fantasy for this season that will match all of the donations that we take here for this event. All donations will be matched by Underdog Fantasy. Of course, this race benefiting Music City Youth in the Arts, which is a cause that is pretty near and dear to my heart. But as we get going, like we said earlier, the drivers will introduce themselves as we'll roll off the starting grid for the California 550 tonight. And now, let's meet the starting lineup for the California 550, benefiting Music City Youth in the Arts. Row 20.
Robbie Lyons, Seminole, Florida, CSM Chevrolet.
Michael Cozy Jr., Hagerstown, Maryland, Virtual Racing School, Logitech, Ford.
Row 19.
Tristan Baker, Gallatin, Tennessee, Pinnacle Financial Partners, Ford Thunderbird.
Christopher Paff, Bel Air, Maryland, Budweiser, Chevy Monte Carlo.
Row 18.
Matt Brewer, Brooklyn, New York, ModernRacingPrince.com, Chevrolet.
Thomas Martucci Jr., Conway, South Carolina, Future Esports Ford.
Row 17.
Russell Cox, Minneapolis, Minnesota, number 59, Chevrolet.
Billy Fisher from Greenville, South Carolina, driving the Fairview Custom Homes Ford Thunderbird.
Row 16.
Ricky Burbank, Pittsgrove, New Jersey, Comcut Ford Thunderbird.
Steve Olive, Listowel, Ontario, Canada, Team Steve-O Chevy Monte Carlo.
Row 15.
Owen DeGroot, Farmington, Missouri, Emos Pizza, Ford Thunderbird.
Brett Pancari, Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, Canada, Princess Daisy Peugeot 505S.
Row 14.
Danny Thompson, Ontario, Canada, Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
Bennett Allen, Chattanooga, Tennessee, B Blaze Vintage Monte Carlo.
Row 13.
Jamie Ritchie Price, Newcastle, Australia, Daytona, USA, Ford Thunderbird.
Brandon, Gloucester, Virginia, Roasted Jim's Coffee, Monte Carlo.
Row 12.
Justin Malillo, Long Island, New York, Traction.gg, Ford Thunderbird.
Alex Crum, Rochester, New York, and I'm in the iRace We Gamble podcast, Ford Thunderbird.
Row 11.
Dave Vincent, Clio, Michigan, Justin Belfiore, Chevy Monte Carlo.
Sam Oliver from Knoxville, Tennessee, driving the Taiga Surf Boats, Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
Row 10.
Lane Tidwell, Millsboro, Delaware, number 61 Dodge Mirada.
Art Reimer, Slidell, Louisiana, artreimer.com, Buick.
Row 9.
Anthony Kroback, Everett, Pennsylvania, Stacy's mom's big fan eSport Chevy Monte Carlo. She's got it going on.
Ricky Harden, Greenville, South Carolina, Hard on the Wall on Twitch, Chevy.
Row 8.
Jamil Hawkins, Columbus, Georgia, Sunset Syndicate Chevrolet.
Michael Frisch, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, R Visuals, Buick LeSabre.
Row 7.
Sean Butler, currently residing in Lake Mary, Florida, driver of the number 32 Pennzoil, Wheeler Motorsports Consulting, eRacer, and FTF.GG Ford Thunderbird.
Chase Pierce, Lexington, North Carolina, Top Hat Comics, Buick.
Row 6.
Dylan Hart Jr., Mooresville, North Carolina.
Cole Freilich from Princeton, Kentucky, driver of the Car Chaser, Buick LeSabre.
And now the top 10 starters.
Hayden Swank, Woodstock, Georgia, Surge Connection Chevrolet.
Kevin McAdams, DeBerry, Florida, Publix, Buick LeSabre.
Philip Cecil McCandless, Ridgecrest, California, the Purple 109 Ford Thunderbird.
David Brown, Peachtree City, Georgia, driver of the 83 Nexus Esports Chrysler LeBaron.
Chris Yankee, Green Bay, Wisconsin, driving the hot version Ford.
Matthew Zwack, Monroe, Michigan, Stacker 2 Chevrolet Monte Carlo.
Aaron Smith, Hollywood, South Carolina, Yellow Vision Chevrolet.
Matt Spalding, Fairfield, Connecticut, Buffer Zone Network, Ford Thunderbird.
Alex Collins, Chestnut Ridge, New York, Premier Racing Setups Ford Thunderbird.
And that's the starting lineup for the California 550 benefiting Music City Youth in the Arts. All right, and there you have it. Alex Kolonix by random draw is your pole sitter tonight for the California 550. You may have heard a name that I think you would have recognized through the course of that starting order, and that's Dale Earnhardt Jr. Unfortunately, tonight, though, Jacob, he's not able to make it out. He has he contracted pink eye yesterday and has been battling that, and apparently can barely keep his eyes open without them watering. So unfortunately tonight, Earnhardt Jr., who was looking forward to being a part of this field, loves these 87 cars, will not be in attendance tonight. We originally had 39 starters set to go. Looks like about 35 have made their way, at 34 rather, that will take the green flag tonight. So we appreciate everybody coming out, and I don't know, let's not wait any longer. I think we can turn them loose this time.
Yeah, I was hoping Dale maybe would do the old Ernie Irvin and race with an eye patch or something, but, you know, you hate to see it. I've never had pink eye personally, but I can't imagine it's fun not being able to see out of both eyes. So I wish him the best, and hopefully with The Rock coming up a couple months, we'll get to see him back on the racetrack where we started it all a year ago. And I got to say, that grid, freaking tastic. I know not everybody currently on the racetrack was in it, and some of the people in it aren't currently on the racetrack, but I don't care. I think that's the coolest thing we've ever done. I love it.
It was awesome. I hope it was worth about half the field not signing up because they didn't want to just submit the 3-second audio file. But you know what? We are going to be tuned in for a fantastic race tonight. 275 laps, 550 miles, all in the benefit of Music City Youth and the Arts. The field will fall into the hands of Alex Kolonix. The green flag is out, and we are underway here in the West Coast. Top few cars look to be double file as we bring it around for the first of 275 circuits around Auto Club tonight. Looks like Aaron Smith on the high side just got Kolonix at the line, and already, Jacob, we are seeing these guys fan out at pretty much every lane of this racetrack in 1 and 2.
Even with a clean racetrack, you know, no rubber on the track, and they're still spread out all over the racetrack. And I think we're only going to see that more as grooves start to rubber in, whether it's the bottom, the middle, the top. I don't think we're going to see guys go to the apron like we do with the next-gen cars today, but everything above that white line, they're going to be using it all night long.
That's certainly the case. I know even just testing a little bit for this race, definitely the very top of turns 1 and 2 in particular is something these drivers are really looking at to make a lot of speed. And I think even as these laps roll along, you'll see a couple of cars get a little bit braver to try to go up and run that upper lane. As Aaron Smith looks to be clear for the lead. He has it over Alex Kolonix. They're still side by side, a couple of rows back. Most of the field starting to form up somewhat single file on the back straightaway along the top of this racetrack. And I think at this end of the racetrack, 3 and 4, that's really where you're going to see a lot of these drivers move around and try to find a little bit of comfort somewhere.
Yeah, and that's usually what we see is turns 3 and 4 where everybody really starts to spread it on out. Turn 1 and 2, pretty much you want to be on the outside, you want to be on the inside. But I think as we start to get a groove sort of rubbered in around the racetrack, that's when we'll see guys really start to pick a line as Aaron Smith, having connection issues. I know a couple of races now in these 87 cars where he's supposed to start, he grids, the game crashes, so hopefully everything gets sorted out for him while he's out front, because I know he's had a couple of races go to the wayside here because of falling out of sessions.
Yeah, hopefully so. That's the last thing you want to see in sim racing is have internet issues. I know even Philip McCandless was talking to me about that a little bit earlier. He's been having a little bit of internet issues as of late, and is hoping that does not plague him tonight because it's been kind of
robbing him of a couple of races, and of course the Yankee 600 winner looking to get everything started off on the right foot. Again, this isn't just a special event. We are tying this in a season-long championship, so you think about all the things that come with that, whether that's leading a lap, and we are following to the T the 1987 points format. So 5 bonus points for leading a lap, all the way down through the field. All those things are coming into play tonight.
So Aaron Smith, provisionally your championship leader after race 1. There's still a long way to go, but right now he's the top dog as far as the points are concerned, and it's got to be really hard, I think, Blake, to win even just 2 of these races throughout this entire season. We kind of saw that last year with how difficult it was to even try and sweep 2 races back-to-back or something along those lines. It is so hard with how long these races are and how many entries are involved. It's so hard not only to make every single race, but then to try and turn that around and go to victory lane in multiple races. It is so hard to do.
That it is, and you also have to think about the fact that your entry to the next race isn't guaranteed. I know we had a little bit of a change with this race, but the way you get in, assuming that the Rockingham 508, I mean, we had, I think, over 120 people sign up to be a part of that last year. So you're going to have to earn your way into each of these races. So no guarantee that you will be a part of it. So that'll definitely be a factor in who takes this championship at the end of the season. But also, I think everybody, aside from just perhaps being on top, they want to win one of these races. And you talk to any of these drivers out here, these type of events that are so grueling, it takes so many things to win that you don't always get in a typical iRacing race. Everything has to go right. You have to execute and be on your game for 3 or 4 hours. That's just not the typical iRacing experience for most of these guys. So they really cherish the opportunity to come out for these special events and showcase their abilities. And hopefully when it all is said and done, they're standing at the top of the pile at the end of it.
And just like the real world, there's so much that goes into this. You can't speed on pit road, entry or exit. You can't burn up the tires too much. You can't also just save the tires too much as well. It's a double-edged sword. You burn them off too much, you're going to be slow later on in the run and get passed by much of the field. If you save too much of your tires, then you're not going to be getting everything that you want out of the tires. As we got trouble, around goes the 5. Ricky Harden, single car.
What a save.
I don't think he got hit. May have gotten some contact from Frisch. And he apologizes over the radio. Frisch does. A great save from Harden, mowing the lawn off turn 4. First incident of the day, but no caution. 8 laps in. Oh, man, and he is drifting right now. Those tires are screaming. He's about to wreck again here off turn 2. Thomas Martucci has to stomp on the brakes to avoid from piling into him. With how warm the track is, Blake, we already talked about how these guys are going to have to deal with the warm track temp. And you light the tires up here, and you're in trouble as he gets run up the racetrack there by Christopher Paff. And Ricky Harden's day just gets harder.
Yeah, yes, it does. And I think we're starting to see, again, with how hot this track is, and again, it's only going to get hotter throughout the day. We're starting to see a lot of drivers who are kind of struggling with the right rear grip. It almost kind of reminds me of the World 600 we ran a couple of months ago, where if you step out that right rear one time, you are really going to be hanging on to it for the rest of the run. So that's a case for Harden. I mean, at this point, it's early on. We have a long ways to go in this one. I mean, it's might be worth considering maybe coming down and pitting right now just to not be really hanging on throughout the rest of the run.
Because it's not going to get any better, right? We'll take a look at the replay with Harden. It's not going to get any better, even though that tire may seem to cool down. You still got a lot of wear on it. We're staggered 4 wide almost for the lead. Here comes Cole Freilich down on the bottom. Kevin's not quite going to get to hold on the outside. He gets the run down the back. Freilich stepped it out there a little bit off turn 2, and Kalnick prevails.
Oh, Jamie Ritchie Price, someone else who is spinning down to the apron all the way on the inside.
Oh, don't hit the wall.
Oh, he hits the wall.
He missed it the first time around, just barely, and he nosed it in that second time. Wasn't going too fast, but I'm sure with a long slide there, really lit the tires up. Man, oh man.
Take a look here at the Ricky Harden spin in 3 and 4, and Frisch came over the radio, said he didn't mean to. He was trying to give him as much room as possible. Just you could see it's just a slight tap in these 87 cards, and then Jamie Ritchie Price off of turn 2 just loses it a little bit and just isn't able to gather it up.
Well, and I think with Jamie Ritchie Price, he may have also had some contact. We'll take a look here. Watch that car on the outside, the 15. There's definitely some contact there. That's Bennett Allen up on the outside of him, who's in the 7, but he's got a 15 painted on the door. And I think they do make a little bit of contact. Not quite sure who came down, who came up. But nonetheless, they got together, and that puts Jamie Ritchie Price toward the back of the field. I'm sure that'll make the Twitter video.
Well, hopefully there's something better in store, because he's got a lot of damage on the nose of his car. And, I mean, aside from the tires, I mean, he's probably very slow with a lot of that nose damage that he has. Which, again, he has a lot of time. Again, that's the one thing about these races. We have seen drivers been able to have pretty significant comebacks through these races. If you have problems early, you have enough time to recover for them. That's for sure.
Man, oh man, this pack here, right behind Cole Freilich, you got Phillip in here, Chris Yonke, Caden Honeycutt, Hayden Swank, all in this. These guys are all over each other. In the back half of the top 10, McCandless is in 8th. They were all stacked up there around Sean, and now it's kind of slid backward a little bit to the McCandless area. Oh, man. Somebody just... Sorry, Blake. Somebody, I don't know who in the world that was. The Citgo car slid up the racetrack and about chopped the nose off of somebody there. I'm trying to figure out who in the world it even is, unless I'm just skimming by it every time I'm... Oh, and he's around!
That
it's
is
Caden
Honeycutt, who gets a tap from behind from, I think it was Hayden Swank, so two Cars Tour drivers having incidents here off of turn 4. Swank barely got in the back of Honeycutt and spun him around.
And you said he just bought the car before this race, so he doesn't have a lot of experience in these things. Well, that's one way to learn, and he's now drifting around the racetrack here, similar to what we saw with Ricky Harden, where he's just lighting the tires up right now, which I'm sure is not doing him any favors.
I'm sure not. A couple of eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series drivers in this field, Caden Honeycutt being one of them, and Michael Cozy Jr., with more smoke.
I think he's around again. Oh, my gosh. He about wrecked it off turn 4. He was dirt tracking it. Oh, my God. There he goes. You can't save that one. And he did.
Well, I think at this point, I think Caden needs a caution right here. That right rear is just cooking.
Bring it in, partner. And that's part of the inconvenience, I guess, of not knowing these cars, having just bought them. You don't know that, once you really light those tires up, you're really in trouble for the rest of the run as far as grip and as far as temperature is concerned. And I know he said something in sim about not liking the setup. Well, it's not the setup. That's all on just the car itself, how they're built, how they drive. And I don't know how Caden's going to keep that car on the racetrack for the next 10, 15 laps, because he's still dirt tracking it.
Well, again, I think that's a situation maybe you just consider pitting now and hoping that things eventually cycle out in your favor. Just because, I mean, the simple fact is we have so long to go in this race that it's probably worth it to pit at this point rather than to continue to drift and try to cool that right rear down, because we've seen it, time and time again in iRacing. Once you get that thing heated up, it is near impossible to bring it back down, and the fact that this track is just going to continue to build heat, build rubber, is probably not going to help anything. Now, if you remember back to Rockingham, kind of the opposite effect happened, that once we got late enough in the day, and I think at some point we'll see that here, once at a certain point we kind of get late enough in the day, it will start to cool back down once again, and the fact that you would have had everybody running all of these different grooves will kind of help the track age in a little bit. I remember at Rockingham, the bottom was kind of the preferred lane until the last 100 laps, and then all of a sudden, if you could rip the top, you were doing a pretty good job.
He's in the wall. Caden's in the wall, turn 4. Finally looped it around. Slaps it driver's side against the safer barrier there. Nobody really near him. Jamie Ritchie Price is already blown by. And we'll see if Caden decides just to bring it to pit road. No, he's going to stay out. That's a bold strategy.
Well, he's going to keep trooping, I guess. At least I hope that at some point there's a caution. There's a couple of drivers that are certainly having their fair share of issues, but then there's a whole other set really about the top 15 that seems to have figured it out. And speaking of figuring it out, how about Michael Cozy Jr. started caboose on the field back in 33rd and has managed to work his way up into the 15th position. Was a late entry last night, started at the back of the field as a result. And we know Cozy, very good in these cars, accomplished in these cars, has won some big events in them, nearly won the Rockingham 508 last year, but has been one of the quickest cars over the course of this entire run.
Just marching his way through the field, and I think he's got that consistency that as long as he's able to make the show, he's always going to be a factor. He may not win every race, he may not even top 5 every race, but he's at least going to have the speed to make a run for the win. And, you can't win every race. You can't finish every race. And we've seen that where, Cozy gets in some trouble and can't quite finish the job. And we've seen it with some other guys that we've perennially seen at the front of the field, like Kevin, like Sean, like McCandless as well, who just took the race lead. But, Cozy's got the speed, especially in these cars. It's amazing the speed that he's able to consistently have no matter where we go. And I'm sure he's going to be circling Rockingham on the calendar saying, came so close last time around, racing a teammate and Ryan Doucette for it. This time, I want it for my own.
See if he's back around for that again. He's kind of catching the lead pack right now, or at least trying to catch up to the draft that we know kind of plays a little bit of a factor here in these 87 cars. But back up front, Philip McCandless has found himself in the race lead. Alex Kolonix is drifted back to second, but really the top two starters rather have not left the top 3. They still run second and third. Kevin McAdams has made up a couple of spots in the fourth, and then kind of at the tail end of this pack, McAdams was in fourth. He's no longer in fourth. He's lost a couple of spots off of turn 2.
Man, oh man, these guys have been all over it here at the front. I mean, Phillips perking out in front now. You still got Aaron Smith and Colin Nixier, who've been fighting for the lead since the drop of the green flag on the front row. Chase L. Pierce has just kind of been hiding around at that 4th spot, hasn't really pushed for the lead a ton, but he's hung around there. And then you got Sean, who's worked his way up, plus 6 spots as well. And Sam Oliver in that 23 just behind these guys. He's up 10 since the drop of the green flag. So a lot of big movers so far. You talked about Cozy. He's up 18 already. Robbie Lyon started back there as well. He's up 14. But Sam Oliver is making a good charge to the front.
That he is. And, that was kind of one of the things about having a random starting grid for this race is just the fact that this race is so long. I don't think anybody was going to be too bothered by the fact that, maybe I could have qualified in 5th, but instead I'm going to start 10th. I think we've seen at this point that if you have a lot of speed and you know what you're doing and you're able to keep this car going for a long run, you'll be up at the front. There's no doubt about it, but it's definitely going to be grueling for these drivers. And one of the things that we get to see here in this race is differing pit strategy and different approaches to how you want to take this race. Of course, that's the one thing. We don't have stages. We're not breaking this up. So a 275-lap race, there's so much strategy involved. And we saw that play out at Rockingham, where staying out tended to be the better strategy because people eventually, 70 or 80 laps into a run, would spin out or have an issue. And, that's just one of those deals where you're not out of it. Even if you're running in 25th right now, the track's going to come to you. There's going to be rubber put down, all of those things. And strategy definitely going to be a factor here in this one.
It's not going to be like Charlotte, I don't think, like the 600, where basically the strategy was predetermined. And about every 40 laps, somebody would spin, blow right rear tire, and bring out the caution. Everybody would pit. They'd go back out, run another 40 laps, and so on and so on. This is, I think, really going to open up the window there. You see Ricky Harden off the pace. He about dropped it. I know Rusty back there in the 59, he about dropped it a half lap prior. But they've kept it clean. And Ricky Harden. Nope. Let's try it again. Caden Honeycutt, by the way, he has parked the car. He is done for the night. So those early issues that he was having, he's decided just to hang it up. Call it a night. 20-some laps in to a 275-lap race.
Have Honeycutt that steps aside, and then Lane Tidwell, who had some internet issues initially. Looks like he will park it, or he may come back. We'll try to get him on the lead lap since he was battling some internet issues, but we'll see if that's possible. And by the way, first taker onto pit road here, lap 26. No shockers here. Ricky Harden is on pit road, and I think after that half spin that stayed green, you can't really blame him because I'm sure he was hanging on for dear life with that race car.
Yeah, and I know he was off the pace. We've got a car off the pace right now. It's actually Steve O'Liff. He's coming to pit road. He's not really lit the tires up by any stretch, but he's back here, the 26th position. He makes the call, and he will head on to the pit lane. And I know Ricky Harden, I think he wore those tires out. You know, that spin didn't help him. And then he kind of lit the tires up again there right before he came onto pit road. So I think that's the right call there. Maybe that's what Caden should have done in hindsight, but I also understand the frustration of, this early on in the race, and you're already way back there. But it's a long race. You can't give up yet, just because a lot can happen, and I think, Blake, we have seen a lot will happen in these races.
Well, again, we're on lap 26 of 275, or lap 28, rather. I was following along with Ricky Harden there in the sim. So lap 28 of 275. Congratulations, we're a tenth of the way through. The long way. All right. Back up front here, though, a change for the race lead once again. Aaron Smith, Philip McCandless going side by side right here. McCandless was out front for a couple of laps, seemed to hang on to it, and Aaron Smith driving right by. By the way, hanging around there in fourth, somebody who I'm sure has had all of these events circled on his calendar and really won the Yankee 599 and a half, but is looking to try and finally notch a win in his belt in one of these events, and that is Sean Butler right now running in fourth.
Oh, trouble! Into the wall! Sam Oliver's around. He pinched a car up there off turn 2. 3 wide, and I think only 2 of them knew it. It was Oliver and Frisch that made contact, and Oliver kind of got pushed up the racetrack because Chris Yonke kept on coming up the hill. And there's your first caution flag, and that'll shake up the strategy early. We had a couple of incidents, but no caution up to this point. But now you're going to bring everybody back onto pit road here really for the first time. And we'll see how it shakes out. Everybody's plans for the rest of the way. I've heard a couple come over the radio and say, well, there goes my strategy out the window.
I wonder at this point what that strategy could have been. Again, these drivers come in with a game plan usually, and will space out perhaps when they want to pit, if they want to try to add or subtract a pit stop if they can so do it. But off of turn 2 here, I think you're exactly right there, and it's Michael P. Frisch that gets pinched into the wall right there. Oliver, for hitting the wall, gets a little bit of damage, but honestly, I think that race car should still be pretty good and won't be too much affected by this. And there you see Michael P. Frisch right there, just a little bit of damage, and I think he may be all right as well.
And I think if you watch that 01 of Yankee, that like seafoam green color, which is out in front of Oliver, he comes up off the corner, and I don't think he realizes that they're 3 wide. So Oliver, moves up so he doesn't hook Yankee, and instead finds Michael P. Frisch. Here you'll see it again. Watch the car on the inside, the green car. He's going to come up the racetrack right here, which is the racing line. And Oliver sees that, has to come up the hill to give him room because they're going to make contact otherwise. And he's got Frisch to the outside corner and just isn't clear and winds up sacrificing himself to the outside wall.
Oh, trouble on pit road. Sean Butler has spun trying to get into his pit stall.
What?
And he has some nose damage as a result.
And he didn't hit anybody or anything. He just lost it under braking to get into his stop. Oh, man. Parked at a bad angle. Here it is.
Yeah, I don't think there's any contact here. You can see McCandless down to the inside. Butler is going to try and enter his pit stall behind McCandless. Turns to the left, no contact, and yeah, just hits the brake, and the car just immediately goes around.
Man, oh man. Well, sorry, Sean counters, I guess, at 1, and it's himself.
Now, one thing, he's got plenty of time to try and fix that race car throughout the running of this race, and we're getting some reports on the tire percentages that everybody is updating us with, Jacob. And one thing I'm seeing is that the right rear tire is definitely suffering a little bit. Again, I think that'll change, especially now that we have some rubber down on the racetrack. That seems to be the trend early, is that the right rear tire is what you're having to save.
Well, and if we can pull the weather up for just a second, we've got a little bit of cloud cover at the speedway. Track temp has gone down since the drive of the green flag. We were up over 120 at the start. We're down now to 118. With the clouds coming over the racetrack, with the dynamic sky, that's what you get. Now it's already starting to climb back up as the clouds fall away here. So they're going to be balancing. We're seeing that track temp bounce around all night long from, that 117, 118 range all the way up to the high 120s.
Yeah, I think it was 127 earlier, and it's already down to, like you said, 118, 119. It'll probably climb pretty quickly back here as the cloud cover kind of dissipates and goes away. But meanwhile, working under our first caution of the Underdog Fantasy 87 Championship Series, we are 1 to green, and as we have done with all of our 87 events, and will be the case tonight, single file restarts, lap cars on the inside. Ricky Harden was the recipient of the lucky dog. If we had a way to race back to the caution in iRacing, we would do that and kind of do away with the lucky dog. But nevertheless, here we are. That one car to the inside is Steve Aliff. And pace car will dive down to the pits. Alex Kolinix, Aaron Smith, and Philip McCandless, your top 3. Race starts on Kolinix in the restart zone. Green flag is out, and we are back underway. Lap 33, 275 going on the board.
That was the goofiest restart I've seen yet. If you watch, so Brett Puncari, okay, that's why there was the space there. Cole Fraley blinked in front of him, and that's why he kind of backed off there coming to the green, because he didn't want to phase inside of him. And then the outside just kept checking up, and that's the blight of single-file restarts, especially in these cars with how hard it is to shift. You make a mistake, and everybody behind you is going to be feeling that.
And when we talk about shifting here, it's so much different in this car because you have to press the clutch down and shift the gears. It's something that in most of the modern NASCAR stock cars on here, one, you have an anti-stall, so you don't have to worry about stalling it for the most part, and 2, you don't have to actually press the clutch down to shift the gears. So totally different here in these 87 cars, and for those that aren't so experienced with it, that tends to be a little bit of an issue, especially on single file restarts where you maybe can't see up the road as well. And here's Brett Pancari giving you a nice little vantage point here. I'm always interested, Jacob, to look at these drivers who have the VR set up, because I don't know. I just don't know if I'd be able to be able to wear one of those things and race. But here, for those that get used to it and aren't feeling too queasy at the end of it when they take the headset off, it's a pretty great experience. Now, he's going to be in this for a while. I mean, this is a 3 or 4 hour ordeal here, so I'm sure his eyes are going to be a little strained after this one.
Yeah, that's the especially with these longer races, it is brutal trying to wear those things. I don't have any experience with them, but I can only imagine just how screwed up your mind is once you finally get out of it. Once you finally get out of the sim, that it's tough to adjust back to reality, if you will. We've got a car off pace. Christopher Paff spun off 2. Don't think he got the inside wall, but
he definitely did.
Lost it. He tried not to, but he hit it for sure.
He almost pulled a Sheldon Creed.
Yeah,
almost pulled one. We'll take it.
And we had your lap car as well. Steve Olaf, he got turned by Bennett Allen coming off turn 4, spun it down to the apron. So we'll get that in a moment as well. So here's Paff. He tries his best, and he just locks it up as he's sliding back that way. He tried to turn it back to the right and get going. The problem was, though, is that he locked it down. If he would have kept his foot in it, I think he would have been okay. Now Thomas Martucci is around. Man, oh man. That's off 2.
Well, and that was kind of in the center of the corner that he got in probably a little bit harder than he would have wanted to, was kind of chasing that car all the way around, and now you can see the right rear tire is on fire, and there's no saving it. He's going to spin down to the inside again, and now that he's kind of going back and forth, I think at this point... I think at this point, when we've seen, once you lose it, you're never getting it back, so it might be worth it to pit.
Another one bites the dust. That's Billy Fisher that's gone around. That was right at the apex of turns 1 and 2. So that's 4 single car spins. And now Kolonic's just got the wall here off turn 4. Racing with Hayden Swank for the 6th spot. Doesn't spin it. But, man, oh, man, a lot of guys are having issues, especially in turn 1 and 2. And these are newer tires now on a track that's been rubbered in a little bit. It's not quite the same when we got the green flag some 38 laps ago.
Well, it's been green, but also look at that track temperature has climbed to 127 since the restart. Actually 128 just changed again. So this track is taking a lot of heat very quickly. And I think you're seeing the after effects of it right here, that everybody was kind of neutral or whatever to start this run, and as the tires wear out and as the track continues to heat up, it is getting all sorts of sideways out there.
Nice little battle at the front, though. You got Chris Yonke on the inside, Aaron Smith on the outside, Chase Pierce, Anthony Kroback is up here. Philip McCandless as well. You see there's a smoke screen here off turn 2. Martucci spun it again. He's on the apron right at pit exit. He did not pit yet. He was, again, just lost it in the middle of 1 and 2 and then spun it down there to the pit blend cone. He has had a rough go at it there. He's running the Jasper car. For those of you that remember the NR days, the Jasper setup, that thing was always loose. As now Billy Fisher's up against the wall again. Man, oh man.
All right, well, these cars are hard to drive. I think we've established that these cars are very difficult to drive, as Martucci has spun yet again on the apron. I think he's got to pit at this point. I mean, I don't know if there's anything left on that right rear tire.
Yeah, really. You're on the rim at that point. You got to be.
Back up front, though, Chris Yonke, Aaron Smith side by side for the race lead. Single file behind them, but even these guys are starting to look just a little bit squirrely out there. Yonke not able to make it work on the bottom. He'll try to rise back up the track, pull Aaron Smith back with a little bit of side draft, see if he can't make the bottom work in 1 and 2. Although, as this run has gone along, I'm starting to see some drivers, I think, move up the track a little bit, especially in 1 and 2, really started to test that outside lane, and maybe that's why we're seeing more right rear tire failures. Starting to heat up a little bit. Oh! Contact, and Yankee just about lost it after a bump from Chase Pierce.
Man, that was really weird. It's like Pierce's bumper went underneath Yankee, and it about spun both of them out. I've seen that in the radicals already when you're pushing, and you almost get spun around like a top when the bumper behind gets pushed down to the ground by the car in front. Great job by those guys to hang on to the race car, because you do that at the front of the field, you are asking for trouble and a lot of it. As Thomas Martucci, oh boy, the hits start coming and they don't stop coming. Penalty on pit road. So after all of that, he finally gets his tires, and now he has to come back down to the pit lane. Billy Fisher has parked the car.
And Fisher is out. Yankee right up to the top side. And again, that's a situation where you think about pushing these cars and how difficult it is with each manufacturer. I think it's no secret that the Fords are probably the toughest car to push when it comes to each of these 3 manufacturers, the Chevy Monte Carlo, the Ford Thunderbird, and the Buick LeSabre. I personally think driving these cars, oh man, Chase Pierce drifting into 1 and 2. He saves it, but he's going to pay the price.
Yeah, he's going to lose half dozen spots, maybe more. Kevin's caught him now. By the way, your Sean M. Butler update, he is currently P23, a second back on Dave Vincent in the 22nd position. He is back there because he spun trying to get into his pit box under the first caution flag of the night. There you go.
You have to imagine there's probably still a little bit of damage on that thing, and if you're Butler, you're just hanging on, hoping that at some point there's a yellow that'll be able to get you back into this thing.
Well, the way we see cars spin around here under this green flag run, it may not take much longer for a caution.
I wouldn't be too shocked as Yankee, after that bad bump on the back straightaway, has found himself back in the race lead. Newcomer up here into the top 5. How about Anthony Krobach? Started back in 15th, has made his way up to 2nd. And, he said in his intro that machine has got it going on, and I don't think he's lying right here, as the Stacy's Mom Chevrolet trying to take the top spot here, the California 550.
Yep, that's certainly a sponsor on that 18.
Well, Dale Earnhardt looking car doing a good job as Yankee will pull a line of cars up to the top side. You have Krobach, you have McCandless that is running up there. Right now it's Kolinix that's left all by his lonesome there on the bottom. So he's able to file back in line. The draft is really important in these cars, and it was pretty evident in a race like Michigan, which pretty similar to how things would play out here at Auto Club. It's going to be really difficult as the leader to try and break away and separate yourself because of how powerful the draft is. And I think that's a big reason why you see a lot of drivers really kind of stay up at the top as they get that draft down these long straightaways. And not being in it, if you're on the bottom, well, you can kind of match them in the corner, but you're going to lose all of that draft on the straightaways, and in turn, you're going to lose time.
But, I think we did see, especially at the end of the Yankee 600, where, Sean was able to pull away from the rest of the pack. Even with the draft, he was still able to pull away, and the only way that he got caught was, a couple cautions there at the end, and then the send of the year by Ashton Schleiss. Other than that, Sean pretty much had that thing in the bag. So it's possible to break away, but it'll depend on tire wear, I think, for sure, with some of these guys. And if we stay green long enough, the strategies as well. That could impact how congealed these guys decide to stay.
See if they do that. Krobach, though, has not let Yankee get out of his sight. He is really challenging for that race lead. You can see Yankee even trying to break the draft just a little bit down the back straightaway. And Yankee has done something, he did it in practice a lot that I was watching, that he was running all the way up on the top at both ends of the racetrack, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. I think it's, for most of these drivers, the top in 1 and 2 has been pretty preferred. Most drivers know that. But Yankee is trying to make it work both in 1 and 2 and in 3 and 4.
Oh, we're going to have contact, and they saved it. Cole Freilich and David L. Brown were all over. Oh, and Cole's going to try and get him back. We have got beef on lap 48. Are you guys kidding? It's a 275-lap race. They made contact down the front straightaway. They touched doors once. They touched doors twice. Then a third time. David L. Brown almost put him in the wall, not once but twice. He did put him in the wall. Tempers overflowing early for cars 15 and 83. I know David L. Brown is fast in these cars. He likes driving them, but man, oh man, I don't think I've ever seen him that mad this early on in a race.
I don't think so, and I think Brown just kind of saying plainly, hey, if you're going to do that, you're going to get the door. They may not be done yet. Freilich drifting down the racetrack, almost a little bit more contact made between these two. Brown able to drive on by, but I think Freilich out of that may have really heated up that right rear tire. He's going to lose a little bit of time here, and I think got a little bit of damage out of that as well.
Yeah, he got thrown into the outside wall pretty hard there by David L. Brown. So I'm sure he's got a good amount of damage to the right side of that car, and he's going to be stuck with it the rest of the way. Just because, you know, I get the incidental contact there, and I even understand that maybe the David L. Brown kind of pushing him back up the racetrack, but the third and the fourth swing, we're not even at lap 50 yet. You guys got to calm down, and they're still barking at each other over the radio. Got to just take it easy. Like you said a little while ago, we're a tenth of the way through the race. There is so much left on the clock. You just got to take it easy.
And that is true. Lap 50 of 275. You know, there's kind of a point in every single one of these races where I kind of ask myself, golly, why did I make this race this long? But typically that last 50 miles is not one of them, because we'll see some fantastic racing in those last 50 miles between these guys after they've had so much time to figure out how everything's going, how everything's running. As we see back here, one car through the grass. It's like that's the 29 car. That is Matthew Brewer, who looks like he had some issues off of turn 4.
Been the story so far. Just exit of 2, exit of 4. That's been the calamity spots all race long.
See that Yankee is still really making that topside work at both ends. And he doesn't look near as free as a lot of his competitors. He doesn't look like he's burning off that right rear tire quite as much. And that top lane, a good defensive line if you can run it. Krobach's going to run right in that lane, though, get a little bit of dirty air, try to poke his nose down and get a run off the corner. But right now, Yankee just looks rock solid at both ends of the racetrack. And we know it's not an uncommon thing for these guys to kind of rip the top here at Auto Club. But, Jacob, I think you well know that it's one thing to do it in a next-gen car. It's one thing to do it in, I guess, what we now have, the Gen 4 car in iRacing. But it's a totally different animal to do it in the 87 car because of the shape of the car and the fact that, you know, this thing just does not corner well aerodynamically. The car just does not want to turn like everything else that we're somewhat used to in the modern age.
These things are glorified bricks that go fast. They're not like the Gen 4s where they're all twisted and everything, so the air works well and they turn great. They're not like the next gens where they're all designed. As you see Rusty off the pace. Oh, no. I hope he wasn't watching the broadcast. He might be now. But like I said, glorified bricks these race cars are as far as aerodynamics. They do not corner well. They do not turn well. So when you're all the way up against the outside wall like that, the margin of error is so small. You make a mistake, you put it in the wall, you run a good risk of damaging the race car, and if you do, it slows it down so much, just because it doesn't necessarily have the arrow for the downforce, but it has a lot of speed with the aerodynamics that it has. And once you get damaged, especially on the right side of the race car, it really just any of the corners of the race car, you're going to notice that it's going to slow down a good bit.
That it is, but your driver's up front not slowing down anytime soon, and I think the Big Fan Esports machines and really the rest of the top five, I think, has found a lot of speed in the outside groove, is now the top four, and really you can extend that out. Almost the entire top 10 looks to be kind of glued to that outside line right now. The top of 1 and 2, top of 3 and 4. Chris Youngke's discovery of how much speed he's found up there, it may not be a secret for too much longer, as most of the field now starting to make their way. Actually, it's just Kevin McAdams here in this front group, only driver that's running one of the bottom lanes up here in the top 11 cars.
And I'm not surprised to see him down at the bottom of the racetrack, and just because I know he's somebody that, he wants to get to the front. You might as well start to do it some way or another. And I'm surprised that everybody else, though, has kind of chosen that outside line. Yeah, I get the speed is there, but I'm impressed that nobody's decided to make a move as Youngke got loose in the center of the corner and Kerback to the inside for the lead. We'll see where that 70 car goes here. If he decides to go up the middle, stay with the outside. It got really tight there at the front.
Oh, trouble in the back. That is number 15.
That's Bennett Allen.
Yeah, number 7 on the screen, 15 on the car.
Oh,
the
man.
B-Blaze vintage machine, and he's got quite a bit of damage there.
Yeah, that's saved it and then oversteered it hard into the wall. Got loose in the middle of 3 and basically David Runeman'd it. A lot of damage.
That is the case. Well, while these drivers battle up front, still a long way to go in this one. Lap 57 of the California 550 as we are still rolling along here from Auto Club Speedway.
Oh, perfect. Is my audio okay?
Back here from Auto Club Speedway. Oh, darn it. I wasn't sure who was going to go. It was a staring contest through the Discord. I'm like, is he going to start? Is he going to start? David O'Brown wrecked.
And he spun and don't think he had any help with it. Just kind of kicked the right rear sideways as we've seen a couple of times here in this race, and just was not able to collect it back. Did not hit anybody, but that doesn't mean he wasn't close to getting hit. Golly, there was one driver we'll see here on this replay that does an incredible job of missing David L. Brown. We'll see it one more. You see him barely lose it. Car goes around, and here comes Owen DeGroot, and oh man, close quarters for DeGroot and for Alex Crum right there, who turn on the binders to miss him.
He tried everything he could to hook that thing off the banking as quick as possible. Just couldn't get it out of the way in time before caution comes out. And now, pit stops for everybody. We only went a little under 30 laps here. So right around the same amount that we did under that first stint. And everybody heads it on back to the pit lane and gets some work done, gets some tires, gets some fuel, and gets to head back out on the racetrack.
I gotta say, this kind of has the feeling of the World 600 last year, doesn't it? Just a little bit. I mean, if we're going to kind of operate in this space where it's about 30 or 40 laps or so, each time we get going before we start to see some right rear tires going. I mean, that's very reminiscent of Charlotte last year. And again, I wonder how many drivers will kind of adjust to that if we continue to see this cycle out, or if it's going to change a little bit. The track is 130 right now, so I mean, it is steaming hot. This is about as hot as it will be all race. Boy, these drivers are going to have their hands full with it.
I find it interesting here, Blake, looking at the tires that the drivers put in the chat. These tires actually have a little less wear on them than they did on that first stint. Chris Yankee, the first time around, 65-65, right front, right rear. This time, 74 right front, 68 right rear. So the wear a little bit better there for Yankee, and we saw Yankee up at the front. Don't know if that really necessarily has an impact on it. But you got to think that perhaps as the rubber gets in the racetrack, the tire wear starts to get a little bit better. But we'll have to wait and see.
I definitely think there's something to that, and we've seen that in every event we've done. We start every single one of these races with no rubber on the racetrack, and that first run is always by far and away the worst when it comes to tire wear. It definitely changes very quickly once we get a couple of laps under our belt, and like you mentioned, it's about 10 to 15% for every single driver out there. Those who are saving them pretty well, and those who are not. Pretty much across the board is a 10 or 15% difference, even though the lap count was just about the same. Lights are off on the pace car right now as we welcome in Josh Mendoza in the broadcast booth. Hello, Josh.
Hello. It seems like the main issue for this race right now is keeping the car underneath you more than anything else. As far as I can tell, there wasn't any snow on track today, so we're already doing better than Real Life Auto Club. But yeah, no, this has been kind of entertaining to watch, seeing these guys try and keep it underneath them.
See how well they're able to do it over this next run. Again, starting lap 60 as we are, golly, we're not even a quarter of the way through this race left, or yet. Still a very long ways to go. It looks like we have 29 cars that are still making laps around here. Actually, Bennett Allen, so make that 28. We've had 6 retirees early on in this one. Bennett Allen, Christopher Paff. Actually, no, Paff is still on the racetrack. He is 10 laps down. Billy Fisher, Steve Aliff, who is on pit road right now, has not left the race car. And then Caden Honeycutt and Lane Tidwell. Tidwell, of course, the latter having some connection issues. But we are back underway. Green flag is out. And Yankee very quickly, not content to ride in line, going to jump right to the
outside. There goes the Groot. To Sean, back to the outside wall. That's
Sam
I think
Oliver.
Sam Oliver. Yeah, he gets some hard damage there. They all stacked up behind Justin, getting into turn number 1. And man, Chase Pierce almost got into Malillo, and then he just catches the bumper to Groot and turns him around. Nowhere for Sean or Oliver to go.
This could have been
cautions breed cautions, and Josh, I know exactly where you're going. This could have been a lot worse.
Yeah, you'll see right here as they enter the corner behind them, they end up 4 wide right there on the screen, and this is the wrong place for that car to go around. And I think we got relatively lucky right there. Go figure. I mean, I'm sure 23 and 32 would have a piece of their mind with me if I said that we got lucky there, but lucky that it was only just 3 cars mainly involved rather than all 7, 8, 9 having a big one over here and sending them all back down, get 30-minute repairs.
Well, we'll see what those required repairs are. Again, Sam Oliver and Sean Butler, they do have the dreaded meatball flag. So we'll see if they elect to serve them or try to fix some of the damage they have. Again, there's kind of 2 different meatball flags that they could try and repair. It's either probably a 5-second repair as far as required goes, or it's 8 minutes. I have a feeling with Sean Butler and the damage he has on his car, more than likely 8 minutes here. for this one.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see as far as damage is concerned. Sean enters the box, and we'll see how long it takes. But that's a shame for him. I know he came over the radio and said, "Well, that's 4 for 4 McCandless races that I've been in. That I've been involved in an accident." And you hate to see it for Sean. Again, so close. He had a strong car at the Rock in the 508. It was so close to winning the race at Michigan. Just trying to find a break without having the race car being broke.
And it's been hard to come by. Got wrecked in the Rockingham 508. Got wrecked in the World 600. Got wrecked on the last lap of the Yankee 600, and was on an incredible comeback in the all-in 650, but he was put so far behind the 8-ball in stage 1 of that race, was not able to make it back up, even though he was arguably the fastest car there in that race. Josh, we're hearing you have an update on Sean.
Yeah, he's got about 30 seconds of required here, and, well, that sounds not too bad. It's accompanied by about 9 minutes of optional, so he's going to be fighting just fixing that car over the time, and right now he's fighting just getting out on track before the pace car. I don't know if he'll be able to do it. Oh, that's going to be close. We'll see if it gives it to him or gives him the black flag.
I think he was able to beat the pace car out, but I am shocked, Jacob. I mean, that looks like kind of the traditional 8 minutes required damage right there, if I've ever seen one. So I think both he and Sam Oliver escaped with very few required repairs, and at this point, both those drivers are just going to be hoping that we have some more carnage here. We've had a fair amount of it here in the opening 64 laps of this race. But they're definitely hoping for more to try and fix all that damage, because we have seen, with this new damage model with these 87 cars, once you get them fixed, pretty much good to go as far as speed is concerned. They just have a lot of damage to fix.
Well, and that's something that we've seen a lot as of late, Blake, is you get a meatball flag, you get to your pit box, and you've only got like 10, 15 seconds of required, but it's the optionals that just kill you. And you notice, like, when they're not fixed, boy, that thing's off the pace. So he's going to need a couple cautions. Both Sean and Sam going to need a little bit to get these things back up to full speed, full power, make them not feel like crap. But we'll have to wait and see how these guys pan out. It's going to be tough, but we'll see if they get enough cautions here to get all 8 minutes fixed before the end of the race.
They have a long time to do it. Green flag is back out. Aaron Smith and Chris Yonke are top two. Yonke looked to try and take the race lead on that last restart. He kind of got paused by the caution flag that came out. And now once again, here comes Chris Yonke to the outside. I don't think Smith is going to put up much of a fight. Yonke going to pull him back with the side draft. And Aaron Smith lifts for him and says, well, go on by there, friend. So Chris Yonke back to the point. And as much as everybody is kind of trying to figure out what's the best way to save, what's the best way to ride around, Chris Yonke...
Trouble! Around goes Martucci. Cozy, I can't believe... Oh, man. He almost hit the attenuator at pit wall. I don't know how he didn't obliterate that thing. Immediately comes to pit road. You'll see the replay right in front of Cozy. That's 77 a lap down, and he didn't get hit. He just lost it all by himself.
And then
winds up.
Oh, man.
Like, how do you do that? He didn't come to a complete stop and all but clobbered the end of that pit wall. I mean, there used to be barrels down there. Now it looks like there are tires or some sort of contraption. And oh, man.
Well, unfortunately, I believe that is going to be an unsafe pit entry penalty there for Thomas Martucci that he is going to serve. It's going to put him 3 laps down. But I think he's going to try to make it back out. He got put behind the 8 ball early, still has a lot of time to try to make up if he wants to. He just has to hope caution comes out before Sam Oliver right now, who seems to be well off the pace with the damage he suffered in that first accident, is riding around in 27th right now. And at least with the lap times he's running, it's about a second off of where your race leaders are running right now. But back up front, it's pretty tame for now. Chris Yonke, Aaron Smith, Philip McCandless have been duking it out here in your top 3. Of course, Anthony Kroback has been a part of that as well. Yonke is elected to go back down to the bottom of the racetrack, and he has a couple of drivers who have come with him in that regard. You have Alex Kolonix in 5th, and then how about Michael P. Frisch? Put it in the wall earlier, already back up to 6th.
Saw Steve Olaf have a couple of issues tonight. His pedals have officially bit the dust.
Oh, no.
Fanatec V2 says he's been using them for 9 years, since 2014. Well, I've been there before with pedals dying on me. Not Fanatec, but yeah, it's not fun. Man, that you hate to see, especially in one of these events, right? If it happens in A-Fixed, whatever. But in these events, when there's so much on the line and it's such a long race, you hate to have what in a sense is a mechanical failure. It's hard to have a mechanical failure on iRacing, but boy, they happen, and boy, do they suck.
They can happen at the worst time. We had a driver in the LCQC who, on their outlap, ripped the cable out of their shifter, if you can believe it or not. That made his time have a much worse time. So if it can happen, it will happen. Murphy's Law, in effect.
Well, what stinks is obviously it's happening at one of these events. But if you're just going to say, well, if there's one car or one vehicle, one event where it is going to die, I think 275 laps, 550 miles in an 87 car might be a pretty good guess as to when that might happen. So unfortunate there for Steve having that mechanical issue. Puts him behind the wall and in the garage. Will finish, I believe unofficially, in the 32nd position. So sorry about that, Steve, but it's just one of those unique things about sim racing, I suppose.
Oh, Milano gets turned! Saves it! No! Down on the apron! Keep it down there! Caution's out. Chase Pierce sounds like was the one that made contact with him and turned him around. Punted the pit exit cone and just got a black flag cleared for it, but he was having such a good race, and yeah, trouble.
Balillo goes around, and for the 4th time tonight, we will be sitting under the yellow flag. The good news is for Malillo, other than losing the 8th position, he kind of worked his way up inside the top 10, is that he didn't really hit anything, not any significant damage for Justin Malillo right there. So sure, the tires are hurt, and I'm sure he's not going to look forward to having to go back through the field. But as far as everything else is concerned, you can see right there, Pierce tried to get up in line just a little too early, but just an innocent spin, and the caution comes out when he kind of drifts back into the racing line, almost gets tagged by a couple of cars. So Malillo will hang on to it and just have to re-rack it and try it once again.
I'm looking right now at just kind of the implications of a caution like this. Saving Sam Oliver, giving Sean Butler an opportunity to repair stuff, and also allowing Thomas Martucci to basically nullify that spin he had during that last run. He's going to get, I believe, the lucky dog here, and we'll go around and go back down to 3 laps down.
Definitely going to help him for sure. And to see the rest of the field, they do not want to stay out on those old tires. They are going to be pitting pretty much every single stop, I would imagine, here, Jacob, from here to the end. We'll see these guys coming down on pit road and getting some fresh Goodyears, because Doesn't seem like they last too long. The fall off here is just so significant, especially, I mean, within the first 4 or 5 laps, you're almost losing a second, if you can believe it.
Well, and when you've got unlimited tires, you might as well come down every time there's a caution. You know, maybe at the very end, very end of the race, you might decide to stay out or maybe take right side tires. But the call from here to probably lap 260 going to be 4 every single time.
That is going to be the call, as you can see pretty easily off of pit road. Give it to Chris Yankee, who by a couple of car lengths will lead the field out of the pit. So working caution flag number 4 of the California 550, benefiting Music City Youth and the Arts. We'll be right back after this with still a long way to go.
It in. And we're back here at the California 550. Justin Malillo just upset, but no damage on the car. And Sean's saying he needs 7 more cautions to clear that damage up.
He might just get it. I mean, we've had 4 in 75 laps. I think the math would work out that he would be able to do that, assuming he could fix, I don't know, about a minute and a half or so per caution. Green flag is back out as we continue rolling along here. And after this lap, Jacob, still have 200 to go.
Yeah, Cozy was just saying that on his stream, like, oh my gosh, we still got 200 laps of this. Oh, good grief. He said his neck was hurting him. I'm sure that can't be a comfortable feeling, having to run 200 more laps. Your neck's stiff, it hurts, and you have to, stay focused for that long. Man, alive. There's a reason I'm up here and not down there, number one, because I can't drive these cars worth a darn. But number 2 is the fact that, man, I would hurt. I am not in the shape to do 275 around this racetrack.
Well, at the end of the day, when it's all said and done, I mean, we started this race, a little over an hour ago. I mean, these races tend to go about 4 hours each. And not only that, I know we're at Auto Club, we're going 550 miles, but I kind of akin this to what 500 miles would take at Rockingham. And, well, that was kind of smack dab right at about the 4-hour mark on that race. So it's definitely a marathon, but again, that's kind of the unique challenge of these events, is that it's not just your typical A-fixed or, heck, A-open Coke Series race, which maybe is a little bit even shorter than that, but this is just kind of a unique challenge, unique thing to do that will test drivers in ways that they're not often tested outside of these events.
So we talked earlier about the draft. Chris Youngke's actually starting to put a little bit of a distance between himself and second place. Has about half a second between him and McCandless.
And he does. You can see he's, you can see the amount of time he's made up since the drop of the green flag. Everybody else kind of followed where he was running on the top. Now he's gone back down to the bottom. But the one thing that this does is it's going to create some storylines in terms of drivers that are just kind of hanging on and waiting their turn. Maybe some drivers that haven't necessarily had the pace tonight, but have the opportunity, if they can survive here, to get a really good finish in this race.
Art Reimer almost lost it in front of Justin Malillo and the another car of the 34 machine.
There's a big checkup back there, it looks like.
Yeah, he was about 30 degrees facing the inside wall, so definitely not a good place to be. He's got the car running and going forward again, but that's what that big gap is between the main pack and that second pack.
Yeah, the rest of the field, Jamie Ritchie Price, Justin Malillo, Matthew Brewer, it's going to cost them this lead draft up here, but a good job by them to not get wrapped up in anything. Unfortunately for Art Reimer, though, again, we've seen it time and time again. Once you step on that right rear, it's hard to bring it back. We'll see if he's able to do it. It's at least early enough in the run. Maybe he can hang on to it for a little while. But we will see if he's able to do just that. Back up front here, side-by-side for third. Frisch goes right down to the bottom. One of the few that we see running kind of all the way down there. You see Michael Cozy Jr. running the very bottom lane. He's the only driver that's electing to do that right now. But Frisch trying to make up some ground and has kind of parked himself right in the third or fourth position.
Yeah, these guys have caught Yankee. I talked about it was half second there on the start, and I think that was just because he got such a launch there with the single file restart that he was able to pull away, but that draft kind of sucked the rest of the field right back up to him. They're staying in line. Nobody really making a move, trying to get by Yankee up to this point. And maybe they just want to ride around and click off some laps here at the front.
It's what you'd hope these guys are looking to do in a race that is this length, is that at a certain point, I mean, what is it, usually about 100 to go or so? Most of these events are just survival up to that point, and then 100 to go, we'll usually get a caution or something to kind of break everything up, and from there, okay, guys, let's go after this. We have a lot of laps, a lot of experience at this track. Let's go racing. Let's figure something out. So imagine that for these next, 100 laps or so, that's going to be the mentality for these drivers, is just let's get to 100 to go however we can. And if anything, in a race that's this length of this endurance, I know for me personally, I know you said maybe you're not up for races of this length, Jacob, but I think that's how you have to do it. You have to break it up into segments or into smaller parts that, okay, let's just focus on these next 50 laps, these next 100, because if you just think from the very beginning, let's go run 550 miles. That's not perhaps the easiest way to go about it.
I think you're right. It's a lot easier to kind of narrow it down a little bit into smaller chunks than it is to think about just the whole entire race and trying to make it to the end. But I think the race will go by a little bit quicker, too, if you try and break it up a little bit, at least in your mind, because we're not even 100 laps into this race yet, just to put it in perspective.
It's interesting that you say that. I feel like it's not too dissimilar to just doing a very long road trip. You kind of sit down, you look at how much you've done, and then be like, okay, I only got to do that 3 more times, or I only got to do that 2 more times. And mentally, you got to coach yourself while you're in the car and not let yourself get distracted, but also not let yourself just dread the length of the race.
So nice little perspective there from Alex Kolonix a couple laps ago. They're 3 wide for fourth. Frisch in the middle, Smith on the bottom, Kolonix on the top side. Pretty close quarters there off of turn number 2. Kolonix will use the draft down the straightaway to be able to pull ahead of Michael P. Frisch right there. And I think now we're starting to see drivers who, we talk about, the grip strips and kind of everybody has their lane, right, at Auto Club, where everybody kind of, the consensus is if you run the bottom, you'll save your tires better. If you run the outside, it's usually a little bit quicker, but it's going to wear your tires a little bit more. I think we're starting to see at this point in the race, Jacob, a little bit of experimentation outside of that, where everybody is trying to figure out, hey, if I run the top side for a run, what's that going to look like in 20 or 30 laps? If I run the bottom, say Michael Cozy Jr. right now, who's committed to the bottom, he's trying to think maybe I get a little bit of an advantage. I get to save my stuff on the bottom side a little bit over the course of a run. I think everybody right now just kind of experimenting, and I can tell you, I did a little bit of that myself in FTF a couple of weeks ago. I ran the second lane. Nobody else was running it. And on a setup where you were having to save your right rear tire, that's the lane that worked for me and, put it to good use. We were battling up with some Coke guys in that race. But I think with this car, the conventional thinking or the conventional wisdom may not be exactly what everybody else thinks it is.
Yeah, I think you're right. The way these guys are driving this racetrack now is not the same way they were driving it 85 laps ago. And I almost feel like as a result, the battle up at the front is a little less racy than it was 85 laps ago, because before, these guys were scattered all over the racetrack. Now they've all kind of risen up to that outside wall. It's almost like we're at a very large Bristol. And instead of using the bottom the way we usually have, everybody's up against the outside wall, and it feels like nobody can pass. And I think some of that is just because the run you get down the back straightaway and down the front straightaway from the outside line, plus the draft, you just have to throw it in there and slide job somebody if you really want a spot.
I tell you what, Justin Melillo has had a couple of tough corners these last few laps. As he gets in, he's kind of doing the drift sideways into the corner, and I think you could see him trying to counteract that right there. He's trying to chase that car all the way up the banking to kind of relieve some of the pressure on that right rear tire. But again, just don't know if we'd be able to bring it back.
Now, those rear tires, they look gone. I mean, the rear end has no grip. You see him, he's just trying to force it onto that right front tire to at least give that right rear tire a little bit of a break, but that's at the expense of his lap times. I mean, those cars are driving away right now.
Yes, they are. Again, we've seen time and time again, lose that right rear, it may be worth it to pit, and oh golly. I mean, he is so sideways getting down there into turn number one. But we also know Melillo, Jacob, is somebody who wouldn't be opposed to trying a different strategy. He's got a little bit of a grin on his face. He's having some fun right now. I'd imagine that may not be the case, though, but somehow he's just smirking it up right now.
Fun. We're having fun. I don't know. He must be thinking of something else inside that race car. Maybe he's listening to the broadcast.
Got one around.
Cox.
Oh, not Rusty.
Yeah, barely around. Was running back here in 23rd. And is he going to get back on the track? Yes, he is. Oh, man. I got
this started at the apex here with Rusty. I mean, it took him a long way for him to actually go around pretty much to the exit of 4. Man, oh, man.
And, a save that takes half a lap to save it is still a save.
Yeah.
One more time, getting into the corner. Yeah, you can see that car is already sideways, drifting. And honestly, I think the grass was kind of his saving grace a little bit right there. And again, I'm wondering when we see these guys that have these solo spins, and especially when you're right there at pit entry, I know you're going to go down a lap. But why not pit? Because we have not seen anybody really be able to bring the right rear tire back from the point of no return.
It's a good point. I don't think it's possible. Oh, we got a multi-car wreck on the backstretch. That includes the 83 machine. And that somebody got loose, I think. Oh my goodness. I don't know how you get loose on the straightaway, but I think that's what happened here. Or somebody thought they were clear.
There was contact. There was definitely contact.
There was contact, but this is one of the weirdest ones. And the culprit alt F forward before he was even done crashing. In Jim O'Hawken. He, let's take a look. He's riding in line, 3 wide, and he drifts up, catches the car on the outside, and it's a 3-pack into the outside wall. And that's a lot of damage. So Burbank involved in that, Crum, plus David L. Brown. And really? Not terrible as far as damage? I think Harden got the worst of that, or rather Burbank.
Yeah, Burbank does have required repairs. Now, I would hope, from what we've seen with Oliver and Butler a little bit earlier, that won't be an extended required repair. Maybe it'll be 20 or 30 seconds or so would be the hope there. But tough deal there for Jameel Hawkins. Know he was looking forward to this race. Radio producer for the Utah Jazz. So glad that he was able to make his way out here. And I think you called it right, Jacob. He was obviously not thrilled that he caused that and felt bad, I'm sure, that some other innocent bystanders were involved in that. But, yeah, I think for Crum and for Brown, likely be okay after that one.
Go figure. Pit stops. Yep.
Yeah, and, right around, that 20 or 30 lap marker like we've seen a number of times.
Unfortunately, Blake, the 59 machine also lost it again, coming to pit road, trying to catch up with the pack. So, as you said, I don't think anyone can actually recover those tires. And even when we're under caution, they can be a little bit difficult to keep underneath you.
Well, he did not go a lap down. So at least there's that for Russell Cox, who, we keep talking about guys pitting when their tires are gone. Well, I guess that's why you don't do it, is Rusty stays on the lead lap as a result of him not coming down pit road. You see a new leader off of pit road. It is going to be the Purple and Orange 109, as he said in his introduction. Philip McCandless, winner of the Yankee 600, led 1 lap in that race. And ended up going to victory lane. So he has led more than that in both this race and the All-In 650.
And he had a blistering pit stop, a 20.9. I think that's the fastest that we've seen in the box so far today. Everybody else has pretty much been in a... well, everybody has been hovering around a 21 or a 22 in the box.
Really?
I see David O'Brien had a 20.8, so obviously he was faster than this, but I've seen a lot of 21s, especially high 21s or low 22s, especially out of the guys first off of pit road. I've really been surprised because I thought I heard somebody say that they improved the pit times a little bit, but yet ATVO is showing them to me as slower.
Well, I'm wondering if they improved the pit times but made it kind of more accurate to what the time would have been in 1987. Because it seems like the last couple of seasons or so, they've kind of worked it down to, I don't know, about 18. Somewhere in the 18 range would be a really good pit stop, and somewhere in the 22nd range would kind of be average or below average. So it would be interesting to note, perhaps, that's one of those updates that iRacing sneaks in that maybe they don't preach about, but is still somehow in there. We know, especially after this week, that's definitely an occurrence that happens. Golly, I can't tell you how many people today said, hey, can we change the 87 car for the new Gen 4 car, and we'll run that. I think we would have had 100 people show up for this race. Yeah. Which it is encouraging to see all those clips, everybody ripping around Auto Club with all that horsepower. I guess the best mistake that's ever happened in sim racing is perhaps that little error that they had with the ARCA car, but should be a lot of fun. Who knows what the future holds.
Could NASCAR also make that same mistake in a real racetrack?
That's true. Denny Hamlin goes on Actions Detrimental and talks about, we can't, it's not going to change. It's not going to happen. And within a week, we got like 900 horsepower on iRacing again in NASCAR. So if not in real life, at least in the virtual world, we can put the throttle down. Green flag back in the air, lap 93 of 275. As there we go, Jacob. We're a third of the way through this race, and they're battling up front for the race lead. McCandless and Kolonix going to duke it out here. Is McCandless running kind of a wide arc there down to the second lane.
Yeah, he didn't quite get away the way that Chris Yankee did on that last restart. By the way, he's fallen back to P9 after stops. He did not have the best time in the pit box, and now he's trying to work his way back up through just past Kerback. He's trying to follow Swank and Cozy and others to the front of the field, but here comes Kalanick. We saw him lead a lot, got the luck of the draw as far as the pole, and here he is looking for the lead.
Going to go all the way down to the bottom. He will have the lead, but whether he can clear McCandless, he's going to throw a slider. He is not clear. And oh my goodness, was that almost a moment in the middle of 3 and 4 as Kalanick looked to get clear of McCandless, and thankfully, cooler heads prevailed at this portion of the race. He lifted, and so did McCandless, because I think he saw what was going to happen. So McCandless goes to second, as now Pierce going to try the same thing. Oh! For Pierce, because Pierce is out of control. Into the wall goes Chase Pierce, and he saved it.
Lap 95 of 275.
Not even at 100 laps yet, and we're throwing sliders. All right.
I mean, I got to give credit where credit's due. If you're going to throw a slider, throw it. And that was a slider right there from Chase Pierce.
I don't think he had to. I think he had the lead. I'm not sure why he threw it like that. That doesn't make sense to me.
Well, he wanted to get clear of McCandless, and sometimes you kind of look out of the corner of your eye. You're not really quite sure if you're clear. You just give it a little bit extra throttle, and right there for Pierce just gave it a little too much. Still good racing going on here, though, for second. Michael P. Frisch side by side with Pierce, who has recovered to stay in third. He's pushing Kalanick down the back straightaway, and Kalanick once again will take a charge at McCandless.
Not going to send it in, though, like last time. I think Phil, if anything, sent it a little bit harder up on that outside line. Be side by side. Pierce and Frisch almost make contact. This is what I thought we would see, or was hoping we would see on that last green flag run when everybody was single file, but it has gotten very, very aggressive at the front, trying to race toward lap 100.
Oh, McCandless slid it in. Chased it up the racetrack. He saves it, but perhaps he heated up his right rear tire. Kalanick goes on by, new race leader. The 22 car goes back to the point here at Auto Club.
Now, there isn't any bonus for leading lap 100, right, Blake?
There's a bonus. Again, we're running 1987 points. So if you lead a lap, you get 5 bonus points. If you lead the most laps, you get another 5 bonus points. But aside from that, no money, no advantages here other than pride to lead this early in the race.
Oh, man. Phillip got such a push there from Pierce going into turn 1. Problem is he couldn't make the move because he had Frisch to the inside and Kalanick in front of him. So he couldn't even peek out and try and take that momentum. Frisch trying to get there.
Not able to get there, but golly, Frisch is side draft. Oh, they make contact down the back straightaway. As Frisch, as I noticed there with Chase Pierce when he was side by side with him, he is side drafting the crap out of these guys. And oh man, just a couple of inches off of each other here as Frisch is moving up the racetrack and is trying to negate that advantage that outside line has with the draft. You can see McCandless give him a little bit of side draft that'll pull the 58 back. But Frisch is not leaving these guys a ton of room here.
Oh, here we go. 3 wide.
Because why
Frisch
not?
He's going to get McCandless. I don't know. Is he going to get Kalanick? Yes!
He does. And he timed it just perfect to where Kalanick isn't going to have a run, but Kalanick's able to poke out a line, get a little bit of side draft. He'll have the run into turn 3, so they're 2 by 2 through your front 4. Pierce isn't out of the mix yet. Here comes Aaron Smith, as well as Michael Cozy Jr., who's had the best seat in the house to watch all of this. Still not complete with lap 100 yet, though. So as much as this racing is fantastic up here at the front of the field, Have to keep a little bit of reminder, still a long ways to go. Kolonix with the slider into 1 and 2. He takes the lead. Frisch back down to the bottom. They're nearly 4 wide for third. But that settles out.
Old defensive line there from Frisch, dropping down to that middle line, try and prevent Kolonix from making a move on him. Kolonix instead goes to the outside, Frisch to the middle. We'll see if he has the speed. Still 3 wide, third on back, though, with Aaron Smith in the middle there. I blanked on his name, and Cozy down there as well.
Tell you what, Cozy has really been making that bottom line work in that 99 VRS Chevrolet. He has been committed to running the very bottom, and with everything that's going on out front, he's been able to make up some ground. So we'll see if that bottom lane really kind of pays back the tire conservation that he's hoping that it brings him. As finally we can catch our breath up front, single file, and just as I was saying that, Kolonix looked to try and take a peek underneath Frisch, who rides the top. Smith goes back down to the bottom, and they were 3 wide once again for third.
Nah, they're driving good. Back to double wide. We made it to lap 102, so 101 complete. Only, 174 to go, something like that?
If they can keep it up longer than this, we'll see if they can. But for right now, this is starting to feel a little bit like Michigan, although we never really saw the top lane come in quite this well when we ran there several months ago. It's hard to imagine, Jacob, speaking of months, 2 months away from the Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. It's hard to believe that race was already about 10 months old and we're about cycled back around to run that race. I mean, it is incredible that time has flown that quickly, because I can remember that one. It was the first one we ran. It was like it was yesterday.
Well, and what's I think even weirder is the fact that, oh yeah, spring is right around the corner. Like, we're talking about snow up here for the Northeast for this weekend, and May and warm temperatures, and yes, please, I'm on board.
Oh, McCann gets hit from Pierce. My goodness, how did he save that? And he may not.
Oh, no!
Oh, no! Back into the outside wall. He's going to take Chris Yonke with him. Caution is out, and as they were riding along, I think Pierce just got a little bit too aggressive there with McCandless. And try he may, was not able to bring that race car back under his control and overcorrects back into Chris Yonke, nowhere that Yonke could go. Yonke gets the required repairs out of that. McCandless does not. And Pierce, we know he's been pretty aggressive entering the corner. He may have gotten another one there.
Yeah, I think McCandless just lifted too early, you know, what he was expecting. And, if only he could have saved it down there, but you really only get one shot at saving these race cars, especially with how hot and slick the track is. You light the tires up too much, and any shot at trying to save it goes out the window. And right there, he has it, and then he just loses it again, and tough break for Yonke because he had a really, really fast car. And that 0-1 Ford is in a heap of trouble now.
Again, we'll see how long the repairs are, because we've seen kind of varying times. There's not as much of the 8-minute required repairs anymore going on, which again is a great thing. I'm happy to see that. But about 14, 15 laps into this run, Pierce running in the top 5, gets into the back of McCandless, and now McCandless will have his fair amount of damage. You can see right there a little bit on the nose, definitely some on the left rear after that contact with Chris Yonke. So we'll see what it is for him. I mean, the racing was crazy up there, Josh. We knew it couldn't last much longer than it was.
Yeah, no, it definitely couldn't last long. We were watching it go down. We saw so many moves that should have been wrecks, and that just didn't work out. Right now I'm close up looking at Chris's car, and there is something significantly wrong with that left front tire. It is towed out in the wrong direction by about 15 degrees to the left. Just not looking good. I think he might have at least 2 to 3 minutes, if not more. Maybe even that, like you said, 8-minute repair that's needed.
Let's hope it's not. We're getting some more tire readings in here. But if you're just joining us, welcome to the Auto Club Speedway. Blake McCandless, Jacob Hitz, and Josh Mendoza now on the call with you here from the Auto Club Speedway. Lap 105 of 275 going on the board. We have a change up front for the race lead. So we take one more look at exactly how it transpired. Chase Pierce gets into the back of Philip McCandless. We'll be right back after this break with more coverage of the California 550. Back underway here from the Auto Club Speedway. As now I can finally do my reset right before right before commercial break. Blake McCandless, Jacob Hitz, Josh Mendoza on the call with you here from Auto Club. We are back underway, lap 107 of 275 on the board. And Josh, you have a developing story on pit road involving Kevin McAdams.
Not just Kevin McAdams, but his pet, his bird, his friend Jarvis, the bird, escaping from his cage in real life and causing all sorts of shenanigans. That's why Kevin McAdams is about a half a lap behind the lead pack. He was busy trying to get his bird back in the cage. So I guess you could say once the bird's out, it's hard to get it back in. Wait, no, the word is out. That's it. Sorry. Go ahead, Blake.
Is bird the word?
Bird is the word.
There you go.
I'm sorry.
Disconnect from this Discord channel.
Oh, we lost him. All right, well.
Sorry, I had to do the joke. I apologize. Carry on, Blake. You were going to say?
Well, I was going to say, you know, this is why I like sim racing, because you'd never think in a race that somebody has to get their bird back in a cage as the reason why they may have lost half a lap. But Kevin was okay with it. He said he thought he was.
Oh, we got one around. Think that's just Malillo. Oh.
And Alex again came over and said sorry. So I imagine that there was probably some contact there with the number 16 car. It was very apologetic as soon as that happened, and see how bent up Malillo is after that.
Yeah, I'd say there was a little bit of contact, just a wee little. We'll get a replay. Art Reimer also has a little bit of left front damage after this. So you'll see Malillo here down the front straightaway. Jamie Ritchie Price in front of him in the 34. He gets a little close to the back bumper here. So he'll start to back off a little bit. That's the 16 of Alex Crum behind him. Wham! Crum turns him, and Art Reimer just tags him and then catches the outside wall. Just couldn't get by. And that's crash number 2 for Melillo tonight. Both times it's been entering turn 1.
Been a long night for Melillo, and we're not even halfway done.
You gotta feel bad for him. He's none of his own doing. Always from behind. Somebody just running into the back of him. I imagine his frustration is starting to get to a point where he is no longer going to give a darn out there on track. And if you're too slow in front of him and you've spun him already, I'd give him the room. Let him go by. Might be a safe play.
I was listening to some of the in-race chatter there from David L. Brown, I think trying to explain a couple of things as far as fixing damage is concerned. You can see we've only turned a couple of laps, but most of the field electing to come down and take service here, 4 tires and fuel. Which that's the other thing we haven't really had at this juncture yet, but I think we're going to get at some point, Jacob, is we're going to have to get green flag stops at some point. And how this can kind of shape everything up, if you think back to the All-In 650 when we were running Stage 1 at Las Vegas, it was pretty much around this time where we just about went green to the end of the race. And that kind of changed everything based off of how your strategy was set up. And we had a whole bunch of people that went into Stage 2 a lap down because of how that race played out. So we're starting to get, I think, into that part of the race where you have to think forward in terms of strategy. I know there's only 165 laps to go, 330 miles. But at this point, I mean, we're starting to narrow in just a little bit on how this race is going to shake out towards the end.
That's right. You know, you can't make too rough of a decision as far as strategy here because you could be digging yourself out of the hole pretty much the rest of the night. You know, it's taken a long time for... Sean is still working on the damage that he had. He's now in 21st. He was back in the 30th position a little while ago, so he's still trying to claw himself out of the hole. Sam Oliver is in the same situation right now. You know, the guys at the back of the field, they're having a rough go at it, trying to rebound. You can make a mistake and rebound from it now. Within the next 20 laps, though, you make a mistake, it's going to be really, really hard to come back from it.
That is the case. Sean Butler, Justin Melillo, Chris Yonke, and now kind of a whole line of cars starting to trickle their way off of pit road just before the pace car to try and fix all of the damage that they can. But in terms of this event, now one of the special things about these 87 races that we often do is we always are doing it for a greater cause. And this time around, the California 550 is benefiting Music City Youth in the Arts. Now, I'm sure most of the people hear Music City Youth in the Arts, and they're wondering, what in the heck is that? Music City Youth in the Arts is an organization that runs an organization that I was a part of from 2012 to 2015, Music City Drum Corps, which if you don't know what Drum Corps is, it's essentially kind of a professional marching band type of activity and provides a wonderful experience for kids that are age under 21 to go out and be able to tour the country and perform in front of thousands and thousands of fans each summer. There's a couple of drum corps. I mean, there's several drum corps around the country. But Music City is the one that both myself and my brother Philip called home, and it had a profound impact on my life and teaching you what hard work is and all of those things. So I'm glad that we're able to support that organization that is very near and dear to my heart. Even if Auto Club may not be close to that location, I think it's a fitting one for this race. And a stack up on the restart. I think Art Reimer may have missed a shift. And he's going to take a couple of them with him. Not quite sure, though, if that's where it started, but somebody...
Well, so Hayden Swank was the first car that got turned sideways. It almost looked like Chase Pierce tried to guess the start and he guessed wrong. And then Aaron Smith guessed wrong. And it was Swank that was the first car that got turned around. Jamie Ritchie Price is in it. And we just saw this here at Auto Club back when NASCAR was here, when they wadded them all up on a restart. Of course, that was double wide then. This time just single file. And man, oh man, that was ugly. It just looked like Pierce tried to guess it a little too much, and then everybody stacked up, going off of Pierce's lead rather than Kalanick's. You see Jamie Ritchie Price involved, and you'll see the 77 back here. Martucci, wham, piles in at the very end, locked up the brakes trying to avoid. And really had nowhere to go there once he locked him up.
We usually have one of those per event where that's just the byproduct of single file restarts. One person checks up. You can't see very well. I was thinking that it was a missed shift, but that was clearly not the case. It had the lookings of it initially. But yeah, I think we're good for about one of those per event. We had one at Rockingham, we had one at Michigan, had one at Charlotte, where single file restarts with everybody trying to anticipate, but you're not quite able to see as well as you typically would if you had double file restarts. Everybody's so used to it, and that's part of it. That's part of the deal. We'll see back under the caution flag again. Several cars in the back of the field who will continue to assess the damage to their cars and try to repair them. So they're good to go for the second half of this race. We'll see. Thinking maybe we can pull one of these guys in here to perhaps talk to them for a couple of moments. Who are you thinking of, Josh? Justin Malillo, I think perhaps we could get a hold of him.
Yeah, I think we get a hold of him. I don't want to interrupt his pit stop, so we'll see if he sits here and gets some damage fixed. But once we do that, see what's going to happen after that. And we'll go ahead and bring him in. Justin Malillo, you having a tough night out there tonight.
Yeah, I am.
Talk to us about it. What you got that board back there, that whiteboard. I have a feeling if you haven't already, you're probably thinking about writing some names down there and seeing just going to go through and check those names off.
I actually just remembered that I have to add a quote in from Kevin from the race earlier. I will probably do that on the next caution, but yeah, it's been tough. I've actually felt like I've had decent speed. I've been able to save the tires too. It's been a fun race when I do get to race, and I've been up near the top 10 a couple times, and both times it's just I guess people aren't used to me being up there or something. So we're gonna have to try and do it again. Thankfully, we got like 300 more miles or something like that to try and do it, and this Traction.gg Ford Thunderbird is a tank, and we got all the damage fixed, so we should be good. And I don't know. I just hope not to get wrecked again.
So you were also in the channel with Kevin when the bird got out of the cage. Do you want to give us a little background on what happened for Kevin and kind of give us an idea of that whole story?
Well, I can't speak for Kevin's behalf. Apparently Jarvis, who Kevin called him his fax machine or his printer or something like that. He was on top of the door or something, and he wouldn't come down. And under the second to last caution or whatever, the caution that I got wrecked on, he had to go and take care of that. So that's why he's back here with me now. So we'll try to hook up here and make our way to the front.
Well, good luck. Have fun for the rest of the race, Justin.
Thank you, Josh.
It was a good interview, Josh. Good job.
Well, thank you. I appreciate it.
Meanwhile, back up front, lights are off on the pace car. 160 laps to go will be the count when we take the green flag. And see Justin Malillo riding along right there in the 19th position when we get things going. Let's hope that this restart goes a little bit better than the last one. And it looks like that's the case. Everybody giving themselves plenty of room here as Kalanick's will lead us back to the green flag. 160 laps to go in the California 550.
Almost looked like the Chase L. Pierce tried to do the same thing again there. The difference was this time he didn't get that much of a jump where he got into the back of Kalanick. That last restart, he got the back of the 22, and I think that's what checked him up and therefore checked up everybody behind him. Since he was able to keep that space between himself and the 22, that kind of saved the rest of the field. They didn't get stacked up as much there on the restart and wind up tearing stuff up. So
surprised that it's taken this long to talk about, but I'm looking at Michael Cozy Jr. right now, just riding along in fourth. Basically, since he arrived in the top 5, he hasn't gone any further forward, and I think for him, that's by design. He's somebody who kind of gets what we're after here, that, you know, the last run is where you want to be up front. We know he did it to perfection in the Rockingham 508, and he'll have a good chance to do it here, but hasn't allowed himself to kind of get up in this close battle for the top spot. Has just been kind of minding his P's and Q's once you drove through the field. And how about Anthony Krobach, too? Trouble.
Brewer. He's the one that's around there.
Off the racing surface, we stay green. Great save there from Matthew Brewer. Going to try to get back rolling in the right direction. It'll be the last car on the lead lap in the 26th position after that. How about Brett Pankar? He's found himself up here in the top 5. Haven't talked about him a whole lot tonight. Been kind of doing the same thing, just been minding his business. You could see that unlike a lot of cars around him, not really any damage on that number 35 Daisy machine. He's done a solid job of keeping it together here and rides in front of one of the best of the business to do it, and Michael P. Frisch. Ricky Harden rebounded after a couple of early spins, and Dave Vincent as well, just been hanging around the top 15 or so, and finds himself in the top 10 right now.
A lot of these guys we haven't talked much of here up at the front, like we mentioned, Pankari, Harden, Dave Vincent. You basically just hit on the guys that have been up that are new to the front here. But
it was an incident, guys, on the backstretch between Sean Butler and it looks like Christopher Path. That you see they're a little bit off the pace. I think Chris might actually have some sort of terminal damage. Yeah, he's got a meatball. Sean got tied off of corner exit and just slid up in front of the 30 machine and sent him into the outside wall. That also collected Sean to the outside wall. But Sean will be able to keep going. Christopher, unfortunately, bad day, just keeps getting worse. He's 9 laps down, probably going to go 10.
Actually, I think Christopher, he had some issues off it too. He was loose and kind of was trying to save that race car and chased it down into Butler as he was trying to collect it. So Path, once again, he was 9 laps down right now, still out there trucking, but he may have some more damage to fix on his race car before all is said and done. Chase Pierce, though, seen him another number of times, has not been afraid to be a pretty aggressive pusher, despite some of the cars that he's tagged, and he's doing just that with Alex Kolinick trying to move them a little further up the road and perhaps away from everybody else as they go side by side for the moment for third, and Cozy not able to keep that momentum on the bottom side of the racetrack, finds himself back in fourth.
And he's not necessarily going to be the most aggressive driver in the world. He's going to be pretty patient, especially with how long we have left in this race. But I think right now he's on audition for later in the show. Wherever he's going to be, whether it's at the front, whether it's toward the middle of the pack. Can I run the bottom 3 wide without a run? Am I able to get to the front just by using the bottom of the racetrack? And I think that's what some of these drivers, at least that are pretty confident where they're at right now, that's what they're looking at doing here, this middle part in the race. Just kind of trying things out, see what'll work, see what won't work for later on in the race.
Well, Cozy is running the white line when nobody else has been doing that pretty much since the opening 10 or 15 laps or so, I would say. Everybody has kind of moved up from the second lane or higher, but you can see Cozy committed to running that line, and I think that's how you have to do it. If you're going to run the bottom, you have to run left side tires on the white line as close as you possibly can, and I'm sure he's waiting for that run where we finally get going green long enough to see if there's a payoff past lap 30 or so. But for now, it's working for him. And, you know, the other thing I think you have to think about here, Jacob, save a lot more fuel running down there. With this car, you have to lift a lot for the corner as is, but you're certainly in the throttle a lot more if you're on the outside. So if anything, as long as he's able to keep pace here, he's probably gaining a little bit of fuel mileage as well against everybody else in the top 5.
And the only way that would matter, right, is if we go green a long period of time and maybe have a green flag pit stop or something in there. We haven't gotten really anywhere close to green flag stops all night. And I know some of these guys up here, your top 3 actually, are on a little bit older tires and a little bit less fuel in the tank. Cozy on back, pitted under that last caution, while everybody else, the top 3, decided to stay out. So a little bit of a different strategy, but you know, those 5 laps in the grand scheme of things, especially if we don't stay green, not really going to matter all that much.
I think Cozy's showing that inside line works, and you can see that each lap now he'll lose the momentum down the straightaways. But you see here in 3 and 4, you know, the last couple of laps he would kind of pull off of turn 4 and be alongside Anthony Krobach there in the 18. Well, look at where he's at now. He's almost clearing second place off of turn 4 in these runs. So he'll lose it here down the straightaway. The draft will remain up there, and he'll lose a little bit of momentum. But he's kind of just slowly chipping away at it right now, and I think that goes to show you that whatever speed he's found down there is starting to work out for him, and he may be able to get up in line if he can get clear of Pierce for second, and, well, he could have, but wasn't going to risk it right here with 150 to go.
Well, now, Blake, if he were able to get it on that white line, would that help his cornering at all? Do you think that would help overall tire wear because he's using that left front to kind of pull the front end of the car around, or do you think that would just hurt the car in the long term?
Well, it's hard to say because the conventional wisdom is that, well, the bottom saves tires better than any other line. That's just the iRacing way that it usually works. Now you're going to see Kolonix, though, is going to run that second lane and pinch him down a little bit. So I don't really know. It's hard to tell in these 87 cars that there's really a significant difference. It is going to help, though, that the driver in third is pushing Cozy and not pushing Kolonix there on the top. So that's going to help that bottom line a little bit. You see Cozy running the second lane, and, well, he is a little bit loose down there on the bottom, so maybe that's the worry for Cozy, is that he's saving his right front, maybe not saving his right rear quite like he wants to.
Hayden Swank. Oh, I apologize. Hayden Swank's just really off the pace. I think after that restart wreck, he's just falling back and looking to go a lap down here in a couple of laps.
Cozy to the front, just drove it on deep in there. Frisch had the same idea, and they're both going to get clear of Kolonix. And he almost chopped the nose there off of Chase Pierce. That was close. We'll see what happens here. Frisch decides to send it, or if Cozy will get the run off the high side.
See Cozy kind of move down to that second lane. We'll see if Kolonix makes a move. They just might be 3 wide. Cozy is loose, and Frisch is going to clear for the lead. Now he's going to go back down to the bottom, try to break the draft. And that may not have been such a good sign. Cozy's going to get a run on top, and side by side once again, they go for the race lead into turn 1. And really, you could throw about 7 cars under a blanket here.
This is probably some of the best racing I think we've seen all race long. You know, we had that stretch there where everybody was single file up against the outside wall, and now we finally got guys that are willing to take a shot down to the inside of the racetrack, try and make a pass, and just try and give it something. Not quite throwing it in there recklessly, but, you know, they're not taking their grand old time on the bottom of the racetrack either. They want to get to the front. First is going to make it happen here off 4.
See, Cozy's still struggling just a little bit loose right there in the center of the corner. We're kind of at that point right now, 10 to 15 laps or so into this run. But you're right. We've heard it time and time again. Some of the drivers were commenting on it. Oh, there's Rusty again. Kind of driving through the pit cone right here, and he's going to try to enter pit road. No, he's not. I don't know where Rusty's going right now, but he's doing a nice
won the
little
race.
Donut. Yeah, he's doing a nice donut.
There we go. All right,
so Rusty will pit here. Again, still on the lead lap. But I think he's going to come down and get 4 fresh tires. And, yep, you can see right there the time that he's losing. You can see the smoke that he created on the front straightaway. Frisch still has the race lead. And Cozy doesn't quite have these guys cleared for second. Kolinick's down to the bottom. Squeezing in the middle is Anthony Krobach. And now Cozy's going to venture all the way up to the outside wall.
That's where he was in 1 and 2. And it just didn't seem like he had the speed. Seemed like he was a little loose up there, but here in 1 and 2, he gets it to stick. See if he can put together a run here to try and stop Frisch.
Yeah, it seems Cozy just kind of stepping out a little bit earlier than everybody else on the exit of these corners, and just quite isn't able to make that topside work like we've seen a couple of times out of these other drivers. Kolinick and Krobach still holding on to your top 4. Aaron Smith, and let's give a nod to Ricky Harden, who has kept pace with this front pack as they've raced along. Same can be said from Brett Quincari and Dave Vincent as well. Kind of that list of names we were running through a little bit earlier that had found themselves in the top 10. Well, they've stayed there, and perhaps they're going to try to take their claim here soon.
See, we're getting close here, guys. Probably in another 10 laps to our longest green flag run of the night. So it's been a while since these drivers have raced on tires these worn out and this old. So I wonder if there's going to be a learning curve here with some of these guys that are going to have to get readjusted to, oh, wait, this thing handles like crap again.
I don't know. I think as this track has rubbered up, we have seen a slight increase in the temperature, but also look at the cloud cover that we have right now. The track is reacting pretty significantly to that, as you see Hayden Swank going a lap down. But the track covered right now in clouds, and that is helping cool down the track a little bit. Harden is loose further on back, but the battle up front is where it is its best. 143 to go, and Frisch and Cozy, who has finally gotten clear of those 2 cars, and Kolinick and Krobach for second, trying to find his way back up to the top spot.
Oh, man. Almost looks like there was some contact there with Kolinick down the back, but they keep it straight. Krobach taking over third here. He's really had a lot of speed tonight. I've been impressed by that 18. He's been in a couple of these now, and this is the strongest we've seen him be by far through all these races.
I know we kind of think about iRating as kind of being the barometer for, this guy's really good, or this guy, maybe doesn't quite have the speed. 2,700 iRating is Anthony Krobach, and he's up here racing with guys that are 7,500s and 6,000, 6Ks and everything. And he's just doing a tremendous job right now, and he's got a little bit of a run here on Cozy. He's going to take it, and he's going to try to take over the second spot. But yes, Krobach just been so impressive tonight.
I don't want to drama fish here, but Cole Freilich and David L. Brown are racing really aggressively next to each other. Keep an eye out. Maybe they'll be able to let that one slide, but they already have had multiple incidents earlier in this race.
A little bit of cloud cover, guys. It's got to cool the racetrack down just a little bit.
Just a little bit.
It was up at 130. It's already, it's already dropped 5 degrees. Wow.
Yeah, maybe this is what this race needed. And, some of those clouds, there's some there's some large clouds that are going to kind of block the sun here for a little bit. So this cloud cover is here to stay and is going to have a pretty significant impact on this race. You think about Cozy, he was a little bit loose. This is probably going to help him kind of grip up a little bit. You can see the battling, though, on your screen right there with David L. Brown and Cole Freilich a little further on back in the pack. McCandless is still trying to rebound. He's running 14th right now after the contact he had with Chase Pierce.
Looks like that all got sorted, though. Cole Freilich, the one, he lost 2 spots there. David L. Brown threw a nice slider in there. Just about cleared all the way up. No factor for any sort of contact. And we're going to carry on racing. There's a good battle going on towards the front of the pack, though.
Yeah, it is still good up at the front of the field, and Brett Pancari has notched his way up into the top 4. And heck, he may have a run here with these two racing hard. Almost they hit off of turn number 4. There's Cozy and Alex Kolonix. But Brett Pancari, I tell you what, talk about Krobach being impressive. Pancari has as well. And I think this kind of lends itself to what we see sometimes in these events, Jacob, where this car seems to suit a certain type of driver, and some guys that may go out in the next-gen car, the Xfinity car, they may not quite be as competitive. This 87 car seems to suit certain drivers, and when it clicks, it clicks. And I think Pancari and Krobach are 2 perfect examples of guys who excel at this car compared to others that may be on the service.
There's no doubt about it, and I think it helps that, if you like the car that you're driving, the car track combination that you're driving, you're going to run it more often, and I think that's what they do here with the 87 cars, and you run it more, and you kind of figure it out, you get more experience with it, and you figure it out, and I think that's where these guys are at. As far as these 87 cars, they have a lot of time invested in these things, and they figured them out, and they've got some experience over some of the guys that usually they go out and spank the entire field. Well, tonight they're relegated down the order a little bit.
And boy, has he got some speed through the center of the corner. Kolonix slides up, and here comes Brett Pancari challenging for second. He'll have it at the line. He drives right past Michael Cozy Jr. He may have it here over Alex Kolonix. What a drive here from Brett Pancari. Taking it to the best in the business in these 87 cars. He'll clear for second. And honestly, with how much speed that car looks to have right now, he may have a gander here at the race lead. He's going to take the run down to the inside. Pancari just obliterating this field right now. And here comes Brett Pancari.
Now, he's on the same lap tires as Frisch. They're a little bit fresher than somebody like Kolonix. I wonder if maybe he saved his tires just a little bit compared to Frisch. But he'll take over. He'll try to take over the race lead. Frisch got the draft up on the high side. And we're getting dangerously close now, guys, to the window for green flag pit stops. I did not think I would see the day, but right now we're inching ourselves closer and closer to having to pit under green. And good luck trying to pit under green here and not speed and not crash.
Oh, it's very tough. And looking at the fuel window, so this is based off of what Caps is telling me off of some of the test laps that I ran. Was 52, 53 laps-ish is about where we can go in terms of being able to make it to the end of a fuel run. We're about 25 laps. Seems like this run's been a little bit longer than that, but that's about the run that we're at, 25 laps in. So nearly halfway through it. And you're exactly right. With where we restarted, which was on lap 116, around 160-ish to go, I mean, that...
Trouble, Phillip. Turn 2. You're sitting in the middle of the racetrack. Caution's out. Here comes traffic. Oh, no, my almost. Oh, slow down, guys. Jesus. He's in the middle of the racetrack. Thank you. Oh, my gosh. That was scary and entirely a single car spin. And now the 23's around on the back straightaway. Oliver spins it. Oh, man. I don't know if he was seeing ghosts or what. But man, oh man. Well, for Phillip there, you'll see it right here. That's Cole Freilich behind him. And there's no contact.
No.
That baby's just loose. And that thing's around before he even gets to the corner. Then overcorrects it, takes a hard hit to the outside wall. And no meatball flag, though, for Phillip. But he's got a good amount of damage now to the left side of that 109 Ford. And that's Sam taking drastic measures there to avoid Phillip. And then eventually he hits the outside wall, and then he floors it, I think, to try and get back going. And he just spins it again. Scoreboard. He just spins it again.
It's tough. I was hoping he could lock it down before he had contact with the outside wall. But, yeah, McCandless there, his quality is dropping, too, on his internet. I know he talked about having some internet issues, and now I think a bad situation has gone to worse as his quality has dropped to very bad levels.
Yeah, I think I don't know if he parked it, but yeah, he is gone. He is disappeared from the racing surface. He made it to about the end of the back straightaway before he poofed. I don't know if he maybe thought the car was broken enough, or he was just going to hang it up and alt F forward, or what the deal is. But tough break there for the Yankee 600 winner.
It is. He was running in the top 10, or at least close to it, despite some of the damage he had after getting wrecked out of the top 3. But it looks like it will not be a repeat effort here for Phillip McCandless, as Michael P. Frisch wins the race off of pit road, and then the fastest car on the property the last couple of laps, and Brett Pancari will exit pit road directly behind him. 133 laps to go here at Auto Club, and things are just getting good here in the California 550. Back rolling here from the Auto Club Speedway in the California 550, benefiting Music City Youth in the Arts. 131 laps to go. Michael P. Frisch, your race leader. And there have been a whole host of other players. We'll see who will be the top driver at the end of it all. As we continue on, 23 drivers on the lead lap here with 100 and
got one around at the back. Hayden Swank, I don't know where he was going. I guess off the pace. I'm not sure what was up, but he was straddling the apron in the racetrack and spun it in turns 1 and 2, fell all the way to the back. He is back rolling, just a little bit off the pace now, but I'm not sure what happened, but whatever. Hayden Swank's at least rolling.
It's what it looked like to me, is that he was trying to get out of the way. Saw cars that were on the pace and was trying his best to move over, and just kind of lost a little bit of control of it when he was kind of straddling, like you said, kind of straddling the apron.
Oh,
someone else is spinning. That is DeGroot.
Oh, and he's gonna save it! Oh, and he can't believe he didn't hit him. He never hit him.
Oh boy, I bet you Thomas Martucci is he's gonna ask for payback on that one, because that was about as much as you could give to allow him to save that car. That slammed on his brakes and everything. I'm impressed there was not a wreck right there.
I gotta hand it to Thomas Martucci. That was some heads-up driving to slam on the brakes and not running in the back of him.
It was a wreck. We just didn't get a caution for it.
Back up front, Michael P. Frisch trying to take the race lead from Cozy, who goes right back down to where we saw him running at the beginning part of that last run, right around the white line. So far, putting it to good use. Now, the one thing here that we were talking about is we were kind of getting towards the second half of that last run and fuel strategy and all that. If 52, 53 laps is around that fuel window, I mean, we're definitely outside of that right now. You're going to want to break this up into 3 runs for thinking long-term here. But Alex Kolnick's thinking short-term here. He wants the race lead, and he's going to try to take it from Cozy.
Well, and a question I was going to have, Blake, is, okay, so 52-some laps on fuel, are the tires going to be able to last 52 laps? That's something that we saw at Charlotte, where the tires didn't last as long, and they were having to pit for tires before they were having to pit for fuel. I almost wonder if we're going to run into something like that here, where it's almost better just to come onto pit road a little bit early, get the tires, and get back out there and click off some laps instead of waiting until you run out of fuel in the tank.
There's definitely some differing strategies. We'll see how it shakes out. I think we'll go ahead and talk to Philip if we can. Philip, you got us?
Yeah. Hey, Blake, how you doing?
I'm doing all right, Philip. Well, we're definitely not the same person, but anyways, know you had a tough go out there. Just kind of talk about your race.
This time I wanted to make sure that we didn't only lead the last lap like we did in the Yankee 600, so with a good starting spot, we were able to stay up front, kind of find what was the best way to run the track, and we were able to stay up there and have some good battles. Unfortunately, just got hit. I don't think Chase meant to do it, but just got in the back of us, and with how loose this thing is, it's a little hot and slick, so I just couldn't correct it, and after that, it was hard to conserve the tires, and I think my internet actually gave out right after I self-spun it, ironically, so I don't know if we would have lasted too much longer, but we were still having fun. These 87 races are always a blast to race in.
The other thing I wanted to kind of bring you in here for is, I know, again, this is a race in benefit of Music City Youth in the Arts, so I know I kind of touched on it earlier, but, if you have kind of anything to add to what I was talking about and what that organization means.
Well, I appreciate all the drivers coming out, or anybody that's going to contribute or donate. I can speak from experience as well with you that Music City can really change the lives of people 15 to 21 years old, give them some awesome experiences. My best summers growing up were, driving around the country to random cities in Iowa and Oklahoma, Illinois, Indiana, and we just got to live the drum corps dream of, 16-hour rehearsal days for move-ins, and then just constantly going from city to city, and culminating with the World Championships at Lucas Oil Stadium. So that was again the greatest summers I had. You were able to experience that with me, and that was awesome. And I just love that. But to do that activity takes a ton of money for fuel, for feeding the members, for instrument maintenance, and the members will already have a hefty fee to be able to be a part of the organization and tours. So any extra money can help, whether it's donating $150 to feed the Corps for breakfast, or a little bit more for a dinner or a snack or something like that. Each penny really does mean a lot.
It all adds up, that's for sure, Philip. Well, again, thanks for stopping by. I know you wish it could have ended a little bit better, but hopefully we'll see you back out here in about 2 months' time when we get going at Rockingham.
Sounds good, man. I'm looking forward to it, and looking forward to watching the end of this race.
Now, I was supposed to see Philip at Auto Club, but that old weather system made it practically impossible. He got snowed in. I got snowed in. There was a mountain right between us. That's that big mountain in the background you see there. Jim, we didn't get to see Philip out at Auto Club. But at least we got to see him out at the virtual Auto Club today, leading a couple of laps.
Yeah, I forgot my snow boots last week, so don't think we would have made it.
Oh. He's still here. Awesome. I like it.
Yeah. No, what you don't know is that was Blake talking it. No, I'm kidding. He's still in here. That was not a two-person conversation with one individual, but we're getting close to it. Inside 125 to go. Kalnick's your leader, Frisch on his back bumper, trying to put the pressure to him.
Trying to do just that, as we've seen kind of the same breakaway here at the front of the field. About 10 or 11 cars, or I guess you can call it 13 if you want to count Justin Malillo, who are kind of keeping pace with this lead group with 122 laps to go. Still a decent amount of miles left in this one. We are well past the halfway point of this race. Just 244, now 242 miles left. And this is kind of where you start to separate yourself if you want to establish that you're here and you have a chance to win. This is kind of the point in the race
Trouble
to do it. And Thomas Martucci.
Oh, again. Oh, and Burbank involved, 2 cars. And that's your caution. Man, oh man, that's.
And Frisch is upset. He wants green flag pit stops.
Yeah, well. Do we have a counter on incidents that Martucci's been involved in? Not cautions, but just incidents. He has had a very active day on the racetrack.
That he has, and this was a battle for 20th. Burbank was moving up the racetrack, and I think he kind of saw at the last second that Martucci was going to have a run on the high side. Martucci, in turn, reacted to that, scraped the outside wall, and then came back down and made contact with Burbank. They both spun through the grass, but 2-car incident right there will warrant a caution flag. I'd say for Martucci, a little bit of damage right there, but may not be too worse for the wear.
I just looked here. He's got 17 incident points. Martucci, that is. So, I don't know how you want to divvy that up based on incidents, all that, but that was only a 2X that he got there, not a 4X.
It's been a tough evening for that Dave Blaney 77 Jasper Engines transmissions throwback. But that'll bring us around to green flag pit stops once again. And now, kind of an interesting twist to try to throw into this race if fuel mileage is going to be a concern. Now, I know 52, 53 laps is kind of where these guys think that their window is. That could change if they run the bottom versus the top. But with 120 to go, I mean, that's within range, Jacob. If there's one track where you're going to save a little bit of fuel, I think Auto Club might be it.
There's no doubt about it, and I think we've seen a lot of, maybe not a lot of, but we've seen, I think, some fuel mileage races here. Obviously, fuel mileage comes more hand in hand with Michigan, which is the sister track here at Auto Club. And you know, we didn't quite see fuel mileage come down to fuel mileage in the Yankee 600. I don't necessarily anticipate it to come down to that tonight, but you never know. There's always the possibility is Brett Pancari's going to win the race off pit road and put that 35 P1.
So Pancari gets the good luck of the draw right there on the pit cycle, and he leads by a large margin over Michael P. Frisch off of the pit. So tip of the cap there to Brett Pancari. He is your leader of the California 550 as we start to somewhat wind down to the closing stages of this race. I think it just really starts to get real, I guess is the best way to put it, in the last 100 or so laps.
So what do you think?
Ricky Harden sped on pit road.
Yep.
And he was up in the top 5 too.
Do we go green all the way? We're inside 125 laps to go. Do we make it all the way to the checkered flag? Do they calm down enough where we stay green the rest of the way? We've seen that in other races before where things get really antsy the first half of the race, and all of a sudden in the last 100 laps, everything calms down a little bit. We especially see that at the plate tracks where all of a sudden with 30, 40 to go, the wind gets out of the sails, everybody lines up single files and just putts around the racetrack. Do we see that here so we get a green flag run in, or do the drivers say, well, we're not going to have many of these opportunities left. I got to go for every spot I can here on this restart?
I'm kind of leaning no.
Absolutely not. There's a couple of drivers out there that are racing extremely aggressive, and not that they're going to necessarily cause accidents, but there's a good chance that I think they're going to put the other people in situations that might cause an incident. So we'll see.
We wanted to ask you in the Twitch chat, do we go green to the finish? But apparently that's we're getting a message in the chat. This name is not compliant with our content guidelines.
You know, those fins must be finished with us using the word finished. I don't know.
Do we finish without another caution? This name is not compliant with our content guidelines. So
maybe we should say, do we go to lap 275 without a caution?
Do we hit lap 275? Here we go.
Green flag back in the air. Brett Pancari, as mentioned, won the race off of pit road. He is your race leader and is clear by about, I'll call it 2 car lengths or so, to Michael P. Frisch down into turn 1. 117 laps ahead of us.
Now, this is his first time out front, and if I'm correct, how does that car handle differently, Blake, on with clean air versus dirty?
It's going to be a little bit freer up there in clean air, depending on where you're running. You typically like to have it, but with how these cars have gotten loose, you know, we've seen where maybe kind of sitting back in traffic and saving your stuff with how powerful the draft is may not be that bad of an option. So it's tough to kind of balance. You get free reign over where you want to run. You can see Pancari kind of looking in his mirror, is kind of taking the line away from Frisch a little bit, which isn't a bad idea either. But it's definitely going to be a little bit freer up there in the clean air than riding back in traffic.
I'm putting 20 channel points on yes that we make it to the end, because the payout would be great.
Wow. Well, there you have it. How about Collins here taking over second? He's really shown the speed, but he has had issues in the past in many different series of being strong early and often, and then when it comes down to crunch time, when it matters the most, he can't get out of his own way and he winds up crashing the race car. Could tonight be the night where Collins is able to hold on, survive, and win on one of the biggest stages here on the 87 cars here at Auto Club?
I don't know. I mean, again, we still have such a long ways to go. Strategy could obviously come into play. I don't think that we see anybody up here that's really saving, but that doesn't mean that there's not somebody riding back, around 10th or so that may not be doing the same thing. I just don't know if it's possible to save, that many laps. Save 6 or 7 laps each run. May just be quicker to two-stop it at that point, but and plus, I don't think many of these guys are kind of on board with the fact that we may go green to the end. I think that's another thing as well.
Travis really wants you to tell the story, Blake.
About door dashing Wendy's. Oh, I don't know if he's referring to his own DoorDash experience with Wendy's or my DoorDash experience with Wendy's, because I have had one very sad DoorDash experience with Wendy's. He's asking for my story.
Colonix! There it is.
As they were 4 wide for the lead, Frisch apologizes but tags Alex Colonix at the front of the field, and the 22 barely hangs on to it off of the corner.
Those tires are going to be lava-like here.
Oh, 100%. That ruins the rest of the run if you're Alex Colonix, more than likely. So out of that, Frisch falls back to 6th after having to check up for the wreck. Chase Pierce and Michael Kozu Jr. Are now duking it out for the race lead with Brett Pancari, Aaron Smith. So, sure, I'll give my answer. So, one night I order Wendy's on DoorDash, which, by the way, I've kind of deleted DoorDash, and I've lost like 15 pounds since I did that, so a great decision to delete it at the beginning of the year and not have to pay like $35 for fast food. But anyways, back in my DoorDash days, I ordered a Baconator from Wendy's, and it told you to click and check, what you want on the burger. So, the actual burger, the bacon,
oh no!
Something like that. So it tells you to check what you want on the burger. So I check all of those things. Lo and behold, I get my order from DoorDash, and I get the fries out of the bag, because that's the first thing you get out, right? You want some hot fries. And the second thing I go to grab in the bag, I'm thinking, is this like a kid's meal burger or something? It's awfully small for a Baconator. I open it up, and I kid you not, it is 2 pieces of bread with ketchup on it.
Oh, no.
The dinner of champions.
Yep, I ordered, apparently, like a $10 burger that was literally 2 pieces of bread and ketchup.
Like, okay, when you're putting that together, how do you look at that and just say, yeah, there's nothing wrong here? Like, a red flag should be going off at that point.
Yeah, like, who was paid to make that decision and think that?
Where's the beef?
Yeah, so I mean, I kind of went on their little thing and said like they missed part of my order, because I mean that's not a Baconator, it's 2 pieces of bread with ketchup on it. So that is my one DoorDash experience at Wendy's.
Yeah. There's a reason that, like, if I want something, I'm probably going to get it. Ketchup sandwich.
Well, if you kept ordering DoorDash, I'd imagine you'd lose weight after a little bit once you just kept on just eating ketchup sandwiches.
Yeah.
With the bread, though, that's...
Moral of the story, if you're going to order fast food, just drive to the restaurant yourself.
Yep.
The McKetchup.
Did you eat it? Now, there's a good question.
I did eat it. I mean, like, what am I going to do? Throw it away? I mean, it's like 2 pieces of bread with ketchup on it, but it's still there.
Oh, goodness.
gracious.
Oh, that's incredible.
Oh man.
I mean, I got a refund, so it was pretty much like free food at that point. I mean, it's a bun, you know.
Would you describe that as food? Would you really describe that as food?
I mean, you're acting like
some people might.
You're acting like I like picked food out of a trash can. I mean, it's just 2 pieces of bread with ketchup on it. I mean, it's not awful for you.
Oh my gosh. Ugh. I'm gonna have to
eat lunch tomorrow now.
I might have to try a piece of bread with ketchup on it just to see how appetizing that is.
But you got to toast the bread. Like they toast the buns at Wendy's, so you got to toast it.
They did toast the buns. I will say that they did toast the buns, and they put butter on it. So.
Oh, you didn't mention the butter. Oh, that makes that totally a balanced meal now.
I mean, like that's how they, however they regularly make the bun is how they do it. So.
I'm just imagining some kid sitting there, sees that order come in, just trying to get through his shift. He's not even there, and mentally, he's just like, whatever. Probably some other dude just like me, just totally out of it, wanting a ketchup and bun baconator. So
it's still a better meal.
And he was probably laughing maniacally as he's wrapping it up, thinking, "You know what I'm gonna do to this poor guy tonight."
It's still probably better than the pepper mayo toast that Richard Petty was eating at the start of the pandemic, or whatever the heck that was.
And the real evil part of it all is that, I mean, it's already late enough at night that there's nothing else open. You know, it's like 11:30 when I put in my order. So by the time they get to the house and everything, it's past midnight. So, I mean, you're not really getting a whole lot on DoorDash, you know, at 1 o'clock in the morning. Oh, trouble. Somebody's in the outside wall.
Colonix?
I know who you are. Yeah, Colonix put Crowback up into the wall there. He just got tight coming off forward. Yeah, he apologized over the radio before he even hit the wall there.
Track's really cooled down. Not because of the ketchup, but because of this cloud cover. We're down to 118 now, so track is starting to work the other way. But yeah, thank you. I guess, Travis, thank you for the suggestion to bring up the Wendy's DoorDash story. Moral of the story, just order it yourself.
Well, hold on. Travis Brown writes in, I have ordered a chickenless McChicken dining in at McDonald's. How does that work?
I mean, at that point, it would just be a Mick.
A Mick Mayo or a Mick Lettuce. Yeah. All right.
Man.
Some of those guys are looking to catch up to the leaders. There you have it.
They forgot the chicken. That's an important thing to forget.
Did it fly out the back door? What happened? Like,
you know, I will say, those delivery apps, I'm almost to at least a 75% that one thing gets screwed up. Whether it be they forget the drinks, one of the food items is prepared wrong, a food item's completely missing, or they deliver it to the wrong house. Usually it's one of those. So it's a shame. They could be really helpful in my quest for laziness.
Just imagine walking into Chick-fil-A. I want a number 1, a chicken sandwich, but hold the chicken.
Pickles on a bun. Yum.
Yeah, but you got to ask the question, will that be with or without pickles?
If you order your Chick-fil-A sandwiches without pickles, you are on a fast pass to communist right there.
Oh, come on. Pickles aren't that good.
All right.
Insert SpongeBob. Where's
I'm not
going
to say it makes the sandwich, but it's it's a solid addition.
I mean, I don't know. I just don't want the whole sandwich. Pickles are a food that if it's in it, that's the only thing you can taste.
I disagree.
Yeah, I disagree.
I would disagree. Maybe your taste bud. Oh, there's Art Reimer.
He's pitting. Well, he's pitting at a bad angle. He's he got the wall off 4, and
he likes pickles on his chicken sandwich, I bet.
You know what, Blake? You can't just start dissing drivers because of the pickle mentality. There's a pit crew out there called the Pickle Gang, right? in real life.
That is true. All right. I don't know. I was thinking maybe we could bring this back on the rails with 100 to go, but I think 101 will work as well. You saw Art Reimer there on pit road. And, all right. Let's reset it here. Michael Cozy Jr., Brett Pancari, Michael P. Frisch have somewhat separated themselves along with Aaron Smith at the front of the field. Going to come up on 100 laps to go this time by 2:23 in the sim. Track's heating up a little bit, but also has kind of cooled significantly because of all the cloud cover we had during that entire conversation down to 118. And it seems like all the speed that everybody kind of thought was in that top line, I don't really see a whole lot of people running the top side, especially in 3 and 4.
I feel like that's occurred when the track started to cool down, Blake. Maybe it was the heat that made it faster.
Jacob. Broadcast chat.
Good old Bubble Bass.
Yeah. Forgot the pickles. You know what's crazy is, Music City Youth and the Arts, you eat out of a food truck. So you have a traveling, there's 150 members or, anywhere, depending on the week, 20 to 30, 40 staff or so. And we have a food truck that, it's an entire, usually volunteer group, and their entire job is to make breakfast, lunch, and dinner all day for 200 people. And for all the talk that we talk about fast food and whatnot, that is not the case at Music City. They eat very well there. .99 laps to go. 99's leading.
Wow. Well, we don't have a 1 car in here, so they're not going to lead with 1 to go. But does that mean Robbie Lyons is going to win this race? He's P9 right now. You see Yankee coming to pit road. But Robbie's been able to quietly work his way through the field. Started P last, back at 40th, and here he is inside the top 10.
Robbie Lyons, late addition to this race. I don't think we mentioned him once over the course of this broadcast tonight, but has just been biding his time right around here in the 9th position. And what a good job he's done at just kind of quietly having a solid night. And, he is within striking distance of the race lead, 2.5 seconds. He's close enough he could make something happen here. You can see him running the top of 3 and 4. He's kind of the only driver doing that right now. But good old Robbie Lyons. He had a lot of fun running this combo at M&R and kind of wanted to come back out and make sure he was a part of this race.
A Season 3 Monday Night Racing champion right there. Former Xfinity Truck Series driver. Still out doing a couple of races. I think he did an ARCA start earlier this year. Still very active out there and one of the more active real-life racers turned iRacer.
And hearing that Chris Yankee has decided to call it quits. And real unfortunate for him. Led a bunch of laps early.
Oh, we got one around.
Reimer through the grass.
Oh.
You better keep it straight. I got a bet for no more cautions. There we go.
I got bad news for you.
That's tough for him. He pit 3 or 4 laps ago. So he's on the best tires in the field. And that's not how you want to be using them up, right? And 3 laps down right now in 24th. He just passes Chris Yankee, who we were just talking about. And again, really tough there for Chris, who led so many laps early. Clearly had the speed, got caught up in some incidents. But Yankee calling it quits will finish, I think, 26th after Christopher Paff will pass him. Paff still on the track, 16 laps down.
You still got to go 12 laps to get by him here. So, we think 26th is where Yankee will finish, but that could change if Paff were to DNF before he gets by.
Next race is the Rockingham 508 benefiting the Dale Jr. Foundation. The event that started it all is back for a second go. Can Ryan Doucette, Michael Cozy Jr., or somebody else go to victory lane in 500 laps at Rockingham? Of course, we'll be throwing up sign-ups for that in about a month or so. That'll be middle of May. Will be race number 2 in the 1987 Underdog Fantasy Championship Series. Which, by the way, want to shout out Underdog Fantasy. They will be matching the donation of all of our drivers who sign up for this race. Again, we have a voluntary entry fee with a $5 minimum for all of these races, and Underdog Fantasy through this race will be donating $380 to Music City Youth and the Arts after this race because that's what we raised with our drivers. So I want to thank all our drivers for pitching in to a good cause, and Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring this series as well, as Cozy under attack for the race lead from Michael P. Frisch as they're almost 3 wide behind him.
And Frisch has been eyeing him up here these last couple laps and has really started to reel him in. That last time by, just a hair faster. Same thing here. We'll see if he decides to make the move or if he decides to stay in line. I know Frisch was one of those guys that was really pushing for a green flag run and a green flag pit stop, so I'm sure he's not going to drive too aggressive, considering he wants to see this race get to the end caution-free. Would love to see some strategy come into this deal.
We'll see if it does. 93 laps to go. This is kind of going to start to be around that time where if drivers want to pit and kind of split this last segment up into 3 stops, we're kind of coming up on when that would be. Again, this is around that 25 lap marker that these drivers are battling around. And if you want to split this up into thirds, restart at about 110 to go. You wouldn't be going too much longer before you'd want to come down and pit. So we'll kind of be able to see here who's really going to try to attack this with a 1-stop or 2-stopper to the end. See, Kevin McAdams, haven't really talked about him a whole lot in this race, and yet he is up front when it matters, up here to 3rd in front of Brett Pancari.
I was going to say, how about Kevin? Up here, P3. He's had an up-and-down night. Bird got out of the cage and had to go take care of that under a caution or 2, but here he is right back at the front.
And catching the race leaders, I might add.
Yeah, that's a lot of speed in that machine. Frisch, Kevin McAdams had a very spirited battle for the LOTF championship in these cars, so definitely a lot of experience between the 2 of them. And then you got Michael Cozy, Firecracker 400 winner, knows how to get around with these cars. So definitely a lot of talent right there in that top 5, 6, even 7, everyone. It's a really strong front as we see Aaron Smith coming down, green flag pit stops.
That is the case. He pits from 6th, and Aaron Smith will be the first of perhaps many to stop at this point. But Josh, I heard you say Firecracker 400 on air.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know why that's a surprise. It's coming back this year, so.
Oh, it is coming back.
Yeah, that's.
He told us that. Was that the FTF 500 that you told us that? I know I was here when you told us on air.
Yeah, not everybody knows.
Yeah,
well,
so we're just planning out dates right now. That's entirely our intention to run one this year. We're making sure that we're setting up meetings to set up dates so that we have a personal obligation to the community that we make sure that it happens this year. So.
All right. Well, you heard it here. I guess not first, but perhaps second. The Firecracker 400 is back this year. And I may or may not have an event in July that may be rescheduled now.
Shuffle everything out a little bit. Well, it depends. It depends on when the date is announced. If it's before July, maybe you're okay. If it's in July, you may have to To boot, scoot, and boogie the date a little bit.
It's a 3-week event, so there'll be, wherever we have it, it'll probably be around 3 weeks leading up to a certain day. We got one around in turn 3 and 4.
Pearson Brown, both of them are on the apron. David L. Brown and Chase Pierce stuck together at the bottom of turn 4. Now, because they're off the track, we stay green. Even though that's 2 cars, that's really interesting. David L. Brown just lost it on his own, and Pierce had nowhere to go. Wow. Because we saw one get called with 2 cars earlier. Now, there was traffic coming, and they were in the racing groove. I think that's the difference between that one and this one.
Yeah, they also never actually got fully turned around. They were still kind of facing semi-forward. You see David here, he just kind of loses it. Chase has nowhere to go, joins him in the slide. I mean, Chase kind of prevented him from going around right there, but by the time they were even remotely, you know, in a awkward position, they slid off the racing surface.
And I gotta say, surprised that Brown or even Chase Pierce there did not pit. I mean, if we're thinking about splitting this up into thirds, you pretty much use that as your chance to pit. Now, you're still going to lose time, but you wouldn't lose as much if you just basically drive a couple 100 feet forward and go down to the pits. So surprised that Brown and Pierce did not elect to do that. And Smith has still been the only one through this cycle to come down.
He's currently a part of the lead pack, racing Art Reimer, it looks like, to be the first car 1 lap down. We see somebody coming down pit road. Do you believe that's the 6th? Yep.
And the one thing here with Aaron Smith, and we've kind of seen this throughout this race and some of the other 87 events that we've done, is that there's a ton of fall off the first couple of laps of the run, and then after that it really evens off. So if you're Reimer here, you're going to have quite a bit of time to gain, you know, here these next couple of laps, or excuse me, Aaron Smith is going to have some time to make up these first couple of laps, but very quickly he'll kind of fall back in range, and whether he's kind of clear of Cozy or Frisch, I think will tell you if this strategy is really going to work, if he's kind of able to break the draft of the race leaders a little bit.
Yeah, but I mean, he was able to cut right on through these guys right out of the gate, so he's definitely got the speed. But you're right, as the tires start to age, they kind of sort of fall off together with everybody else. Cozy's really loose here in turn 4, and that's going to open up the door for Frisch, and he's going to take the lead right away.
Frisch down in the bottom. He has it at the stripe, and Frisch will once again resume the race lead here with 84 laps to go. We've seen that a time or two out of Cozy, that he does a really good job saving his tires, but just out of nowhere, the car will just kind of snap on him, and he'll lose control momentarily, just for a brief moment. We've seen that time and time again out of Cozy, and I think that's the one thing that he has somewhat struggled with. But the good news is that, well, the track has cooled down significantly this run, down to 112. So I'm sure it's driving way different than it was at the beginning of the race.
Yeah, it's shifted from partly cloudy to now mostly cloudy, and that's what's led to the track temp really falling off. Because you look at the in-sim time, it's only 2:30. Just about. So the track is still, you know, or the air temp is still pretty high, 84 degrees. And we expect, or at least I would expect, the fact that, you know, this is the hottest part of the day. So the track really would be at its hottest right at about this point. But because of the cloud cover, it's really helped cool the track down. Now as the sun starts to come back out, it may heat it up a little bit. We'll see how high that temperature goes, though, before the end of the race. If it gets back up near 130 degrees where we saw it earlier, or if it stays down closer to that 120 range.
I'm surprised. I didn't even know it could do that. I set it to partly cloudy, you know, in the UI. I didn't even know that it could transition to mostly cloudy over the course of the race. I didn't even know that was possible.
It's probably because of the dynamic sky, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but I just thought the dynamic sky setting would just align with whatever your preset was. So I didn't even know that in the course of the race. I mean, again, most sessions I put up haven't lasted for 3 hours.
Right.
So you don't typically get that experience, but I didn't even know that it could do that. So,
How about Kevin McAdams here trying to work on second with Cozy, and Cozy's just all over the place. That thing has no grip.
No grip, and McAdams going to take full advantage now. After McAdams makes that pass, he has to be careful that he's not going to lose the draft of Michael P. Frisch, because he's about 7-8 tenths up the road. So Frisch kind of has an opportunity here. If he could break away just a little bit more, he might be able to really kind of separate himself from second, third, and fourth here if he's able to do it. We'll see if he can kind of maintain that gap, or if Cozy and McAdams can kind of work together a little bit, kind of help each other out. Because right now, Frisch isn't an opportunity to pull away.
Oh.
As Cozy, this is a planned pit stop, but he about lost it coming to pit road to do so.
Yeah, those tires killed.
Imagine stopping in your box. Going to be pretty important here. He does just that.
Cole Freilich also in as well.
All right, so this is kind of where that window is opening. If we're going to see these drivers make it all the way to the end with 2 stops, this is kind of where you're going to pit. You're going to split it in about 40 lap segments. So we'll see if there's a response here from a couple of drivers that have not made their way down. Frisch, McAdams, Reimer, who already pit. He's trying to just keep up here with your top 3, but so far it is just those few that we mentioned.
Trouble, turn 2. Chase Pierce is off the pace. He got up and into the outside wall. He was running toward the outside, got loose, overcorrected it, and a big shunt to the front end of that 17. He's off the pace, a lot of damage to the right front. No meatball flag, but we stay under green, at least for now. Well, that would be something here if we get a caution in the middle of green flag stops.
Certainly throw a wrench in everything. Chase never really kind of got in a way that put other cars in danger. He always was at the outside of the track, so...
Well, and this is kind of where where the decision is made, because if you think back to Rockingham, what ended up being the winning strategy? I mean, think back to that race. You had Brian Blackford and Landon Castle, who pretty much didn't. I don't want to say they were slow, but they didn't have the best pace in that race. They just literally saved their stuff, stayed out, let the cautions come out, and by the end, they had a chance to win the race because of how many cautions had taken place in the middle of green flag pit stops. So this is kind of the balancing act that you have to have if you're these drivers. Yes, Reimer and Cozy and all these guys are going to make up a lot of time when they come out of pit road and get these fresh tires. But if they're a lap down, that's all gone. And you have to remember, too, these 87 cars, you have a little bit longer green flag pit stop than you would in the next gen. You're not stopping in 12 or 13 seconds to where you'd probably unlap yourself within a couple laps. These cars, you're sitting down there for up to 22 seconds sometimes. So you have very lengthy pit stops. It's tough to save when that's the case. Or it's tougher to make that commitment to pit with those longer pit stops.
Now, Blake, one of the other things that's kind of interesting with this pit cycle is you have the 49 machine of Art Reimer, who's running third on track, but first a lap down. It's causing a little bit of anxiety for these lap down cars who just came out of the pits. They have to get first past Art Reimer to even be eligible for the Lucky Dog, otherwise they'll be stuck a lap down. And then once they get past him, they got about quarter of a straightaway before they get up to Michael P. Frisch in order to just pass him for getting back on the lead lap and clearing themselves of being in a bad position if a caution comes out.
And that goes to show you how strong Frisch is, and you can see right here the difference between old and fresh tires. As Michael Cozy Jr. will go down to the bottom, he will unlap himself They're now, with him getting back on the lead lap, 17 cars on the lead lap. Now, the thing I worry about with Frisch here, Jacob, is that there's pretty much no way that these guys can go to the end on one stop. Unless they've been saving, I don't think they have been. I'd be hard-pressed to think that these guys can make it one stop to the end. But how long do you stay out? How long do you take this gamble? You see Frisch, little wiggle right there.
I almost wonder for some of these guys if they're waiting just in case a caution comes out, whether it's people missing pit road or people staying out for too long and a tire goes. I'm not sure what the deal is with these guys, but that's the only thing that comes to mind is they're waiting for a potential caution so that way they don't fall back in traffic or whatever. Because I would think if you've already pitted now, if we get a caution, you're probably coming back to pit road to get tires anyway. So, if you've already pitted at this point, a caution comes out, you're probably headed back to the pit lane, and there's no wave around. So if you're not in the free pass position, you're kind of out of luck.
It is hard to make up laps, as we've seen time and time again in these events. Once you're lapped down, it's nearly impossible to get it back. Because like you mentioned, only one chance to do it, and that's kind of what caused a whole bunch of hubbub at the end of the all-in 650, was the fact that you had very few cars on the lead lap, but so many who were on the inside a lap down who were trying to get back to the lead lap before we ended stage 1 and began stage 2. You see Alex Kolinix right here has fallen back to third, about 2.5 seconds off of your top two. McAdams, who had lost a little bit of time to Michael Frisch, is still trying to rein him in. Most of the field here too, Jacob, they've kind of moved to the second lane. We've seen everybody on the top. We saw them go to the bottom. And now it seems like that second lane is where everybody's trying to run.
And I think we knew that these guys, especially in that first 100 laps where we saw them drift from the bottom all the way up to the outside wall, I think we knew that there was the possibility that these guys would move around again as the track continues to wear in and the temperature continues to change. Josh.
Yeah, I just got done checking in with Kevin McAdams and Michael P. Frisch. They're just going to run it out here. Their strategy is run it as long as they can. They believe a caution's going to come out sooner than when they're going to have to come down pit road. They don't think a green flag pit stop here is the right call. And also Sean Butler, just one more update. He still needs one more caution, and then he'll finally be back up to speed.
All right, so I'd imagine if you're Butler, then you're going to stay out as long as you can. But interesting decision here. So if we end up going green the whole way... Oh, McAdams is sideways off of turn 4. What a great save there for Kevin McAdams, who may have run the good off of his Goodyear Eagles. But so we definitely have some separation here between lines of thought. It's tough, though, because Cozy's unlapped himself at this point, Jacob. So if a caution does come out, yeah, he loses the track position. He still has a shot to win this race. I think at a certain point, if you know you can't make it a one-stop, I really don't like staying out at this point.
Track temperature is also rising, by the way, so these already worn tires are going to continue to lose more grip.
Yeah, those clouds have kind of shifted away from the track, and the track temp's already gone up 12 degrees. 113 it was earlier with the clouds.
Robbie Lyons around turn 3. Oh, boy, he saves it.
I was going to say, he's got it pointed in the right direction, and that's as good a call as any, I think, that it's time to come to pit road, and that's exactly what car number 2 is going to do. Yeah. It's time. Come get tires.
He had some help, too. That was Ricky Harden. He and Lyons made a little bit of contact. I think Harden was, no pun intended, trying to run hard in the wall, or at least to run up by the wall, and Lyons is a little bit lower than I'm sure he anticipated, but again, heads up driving there for Lyons to realize he's not really going to lose a lot of time out of that. He probably lost a second or two entering pit lane, but all things considered, that could have been a lot worse for Lyons, who I imagine was probably near his pit window anyway.
He could be on the wrecker right now.
That too. Not a lot of damage.
Alex Kolonix coming down pit road here.
Sounds like Thomas Martucci. He's going to come in as well. He is somehow on the lead lap. I didn't know that he was on the lead lap until like 10 laps ago when he asked what lap he was on, because even he didn't know he was on the lead lap. Man. I can't believe that 77's still running, and I can't believe it's still out there right now.
Perseverance, name of the game for Thomas Martucci Jr. He ran a Legends car at Florence in the Icebreaker when we were down there, so I think he even had a top 5 run in there. Had a good run. Oh, somebody has spun. That's
it's Krobak.
No.
Yeah, Vincent, DeGroot, Krobak all pitted. Frisch is no, I know who you are. That's Sean. He's going to do the same thing here, as will Sam Oliver. So this is everybody except your top 4 that's on pit road.
Oh, man, he almost hit DeGroot there. When Krobak was backing up, he nearly hit Owen DeGroot, who I think wouldn't have been transparent at that point on pit road. So like you said, just leaves a handful or so that have yet to pit. Michael Frisch, Kevin McAdams, Brett Pancari is still out on the racetrack as well. Ricky Harden last pit at lap 156. Dave Vincent, who was in 5th, has pit. But yeah, that pretty much completes the cycle except for the top 4.
So for somebody to one-stop it here, you're on fumes now, and here comes Frisch. They're not able to one-stop it from here to the end. There's no way. Because if you get a caution at any point from here, you're going to pit to get tires anyway. They're going to have to stop one more time here.
They would have had to have gone about 60 laps on this run. Or to
and they only made it
to have a chance. And
only made it 52, 53 here. Pancari and Harden are on 53. I don't think so, guys. They're going to have to pit twice, and maybe they think that they're going to get a caution to kind of reset everything before the end of the race. But
Ricky Harden's going to pit this time. And it looks like Pancari, Pancari's going to pit as well. So that will end the cycle of green flag pit stops. So we did it. They said it couldn't be done, but we got green flag pit stops all the way around. And now it becomes a real strategy race that, since we have not had a caution yet, this plays right into the hands of a Michael Cozy Jr., who is probably making up time having to stop twice anyway. And you can see how far in front he is of Michael Frisch. It's about 13 or so seconds that I can see on the scoring pylon. So now Frisch and McAdams will eat into that advantage for a little bit. But yeah, this is why I like this strategy from Cozy. He unlapped himself early enough that he didn't have to worry about truly losing a lap. And is obviously going to make up time with the fact that they have to stop twice anyway. I don't think there's a way that Frisch or McAdams could short pit or, let's see. These are the 87 cars. You think 2 tires wouldn't be out of the question?
I think 2 tires.
I think
I don't think 2 tires. Yeah, I don't think 2 tires. I don't think 2 tires would work until you get to the last 10 laps, and we get a caution or 2. Otherwise, I think you're taking 4 every time you come to pit road. Short pitting could work in theory. The problem is that you're going to have to hope that you unlap yourself before a caution comes out. Because if a caution comes out after you short pit before you unlap yourself, all that's for no good, because you're going to have to be in the free pass spot in order to get your lap back.
Now, Blake, right now I'm looking at Aaron Smith, and I'm thinking to myself, he has played this very well. He's 2.5 seconds back, now second place after this pit cycle. But Do you think he only has to do one more stop from here on out, or do you think he's got 2 more?
No, I mean he's got one more stop here. He pit on lap 185. He can easily go 50 laps. So yeah, he's fine to make it here. The problem with Smith is he pit 10 laps after Cozy. So he has 10 lap older tires, and you can kind of see that playing out. The Cozy is going to continue to pull away from Aaron Smith. Although Michael P. Frisch, who talked about that gap to Cozy, is going to continue to shrink. It's now down to about 9.2 seconds. And everybody's so spread out, it really kind of depends on if you come out with some help around you. If you come out with some draft, that's probably the one downside to the strategy for Cozy is not having draft. He's kind of on his own, and aside from a little bit of lap traffic, he's not going to have the benefit of having draft, whereas Frisch and McAdams and a couple of them kind of pit as a group, and we've seen how important having that draft can be. So you can see Frisch making up some even more time. It'll kind of level off eventually, but it really just depends on how many people you're around when you pit.
And one more thing, David Brown still has not come down pit road. He's 57 laps. He's edging close to being able to do this on one more stop right here. That's going to be interesting. I don't know. I don't think it's going to work out in the long run, but...
And this is weird, too, because remember, he spun out.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't pit. So these tires are not only ancient, they also spun. Like, he skidded these tires, and he's still out here. I can understand him saving enough fuel. He would not surprise me as somebody that would save enough fuel to try and make it on one more stop. I can't believe the tires have held on long enough, though, for him to make it this far.
Well, I guess when you're saving fuel that much, you're going so slow that maybe if there was a scenario where you could hang on to your tires and hang on to the car, he's demonstrating that right now. So, again, I don't think it's going to work out. You can see he's already pretty far back from Cozy. He's going to continue to lose time. Now, he'll be able to make it to the end if he can make it another, 5 laps or so. He's already made it 60 laps on this run. And so with 60 to go, you'd think he'd be safe to pit. I just don't know if the math works out in your favor. Now, if he pits and then a caution comes out after everybody else comes down, then he's just taking the race lead, and this is perhaps kind of his last Hail Mary effort to try and make that happen. But I don't know. I like the call. Just stinks what happened with the tires and his spin, and actually he's going to pit right now. So Brown from the 5th or call it 6th position is going to pit for what I would imagine for him would try to be the last time.
If we stay green, that's the key. If we get a caution, that goes out the window.
All right, so David L. Brown comes down to the pits and will finally complete our green flag pit cycle. With 59 laps to go, we have spread things out a little bit, and a strategy race is playing out here in the last 100 laps of the California 550. Will it be Michael Cozy Jr. or somebody else who takes the checkered flag? We'll take you through to the green right after this. 56 laps to go in the California 550, a long and grueling race that is starting to reach its conclusion. You can see right there, Alex Kolinik's been a big factor in this race, riding around right now in 4th position, roughly 6 seconds or just under, call it that, behind Michael Cozy Jr., who is being chased down, Jacob, by Frisch, by McAdams, by Kolinik's. You know, I was thinking that Cozy was going to get out pretty well here, but starting to lose a little bit of ground. And Frisch is starting to reel him in just a little bit.
Yeah, so 15-lap fresher tires for Frisch and McAdams compared to Cozy, and they're about half a second faster each lap compared to Cozy. So they're closing in at a pretty good pace. The gap here, we'll see at the line, of 45.957 from Cozy. From Frisch, a 45.462, so about 4/10. 45.3.
Oh, Cole Freilich around right on the front stretch.
Still green for now. He's in the grass. That's going to save the field here from a caution.
I think Ricky Harding got into the left rear, or 15 lost it off of corner exit there. I'm not quite sure what happened.
Well, it was a stack up there, and yeah, Freilich got the worst end of it.
Yeah, Crum got the fence off of 4. And then Freilich just kind of ran into the back of him, and it spun Freilich around.
But he really had nowhere to go with the run that he had. He was headed toward that path. It was just that Crum got the wall right at the worst time. Nowhere for Freilich to go, and I think that's why he spun, just trying to turn off the wall to get away from him. And instead winds up in the back bump right there. Nowhere for him to go. And he takes a slide, mows the grass, but gets it back up to speed, and once again we stay under green.
That's a very common thing that happens here at Auto Club. That kind of narrows up off of turn 4 in a way that you may not expect. Regardless of the car, I think the 87 car is probably even worse. But yeah, even here. It's just a typical problem in Auto Club, just narrows up a lot. The wall can kind of bite you off at turn 4.
Drivers on the radio complaining about rain.
Yeah?
If they said snow, I might actually believe them a little bit more.
I was taking my sweatshirt off. I totally missed everything you said.
Oh, we were just talking about rain and snow on the backstretch reported by the drivers, so.
Gotcha.
So anyways, do you have another DoorDash story you would like to tell us, Blake?
No, I think that kind of, takes the cake as the most interesting one. I don't think I can top it.
There you go.
Seth Eggert sent something in. Let me pull this up here. This was back during our original discussion that he had something similar. Oh. I thought something happened. That's why I was like,
well,
what?
He hit the wall, and that's not the first time. He's hit the wall, I think, twice in the last couple of laps off of turn 4 there.
Eggert ordered a bacon, egg, and cheese sandwich on toasted bagel from a restaurant down in Mooresville. He received a toasted bagel and a side of bacon.
There you go. That is
close. They tried.
I still give the ketchup on a bun the win there. I feel like
Correct,
a bagel is one of those things that you could just eat on its own, and it's not as weird as just eating a bun on its own with ketchup.
Well, look, you get the toasted bagel, right? It's toasted. That's a plus. You also get bacon. I don't think anybody's going to complain that you get bacon. So I think that the DoorDash story, the McKetchup is a million times worse, as Michael Cozy Jr. is pitting this time by dirt tracking it onto pit road.
That's your Smithfield 50 to go.
Oh, man, this is early, I think, for this last run. Very early.
Short pitting at its finest here.
That's going to
went from 156 to 195 that first run, so about 40 laps. And then
this is only
This is 31.
Wow.
30,
wow. Yeah. So I think he kind of realized maybe the strategy I'm on isn't going to work. And I'm just going to try to be out front and catch a caution at some point, because Frisch and McAdams, I guess, whatever strategy they're on, they have just been too quick to tame.
Well, and Aaron Smith, who pitted 40-some laps ago, he's still out there right now in the 4th position. So is still committed to his strategy, because he decides to pull the plug, and we'll see how it works for him as he falls 1 lap down. First past him, they're going into turn 1. Kevin's going to do the same thing. Kalnick might get to him before he gets completely up to speed. We'll see. But he'll have a couple of cars to pass before he can get himself back on the lead lap. Remember, you only get the free pass. There is no wave around here, so if a caution were to come out before he gets back on the lead lap, Cozy will be trapped 1 lap down.
Now, in order to actually save time with less fuel going into your car, you need to take 2 tires. The thing that slows down the pit cycle is not the fuel, it is the tires, correct?
Sorry, what?
In regards to pitting, fuel is not the part of the pit stop that takes the longest. It's the 4 tires. So in order to save... No?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, if you're changing 4 in this car, it's pretty much going to be 20 seconds regardless of how much you fill it up.
Because he had a 22-second pit stop right there, even though he went 9 laps less than he did previously. Now, it's very possible he could have burned a little bit more fuel, but not 9 laps more fuel.
I mean, that's just a case where just... he changed 4 tires and just ended up being 22 seconds. That has nothing to do with the fuel, I would imagine.
So that took long. Cozy's back on the lead lap. He just blew by Frisch like he was standing still down the front straightaway. So move that 99 back onto the lead lap. So if a caution were to come out, he would be at the tail end of the lead lap instead of 1 lap down. As Cole Freilich said, he's coming to pit road here this time. He's right now 16th. It's only been 30 laps for him. And he's going to bring that 15 down onto pit road.
He's going to do that, although I guess what kind of makes you feel a little bit better about what Cozy's trying to do is he's essentially doing what Frisch and what McAdams did. He's just doing it backwards. So instead of having your 50 or so lap run at the beginning, you're doing it at the end. Which, again, I think that favors the beginning of the run because you're in a pack, you have draft, and collectively you're going to go a little bit faster because of that. But may not be so bad right here. Let's see Brett Pancari right there running in the 4th position. He passes Aaron Smith, who's still out there on about 50 lap old tires right now. So Smith has been making those old tires work to his benefit. A little further back down the road, you see Dave Vincent running in 6th right now. He's kind of just quietly been running there and having a nice solid evening here at Auto Club. Shout out to Dave for making it out tonight. Aaron Smith actually in front of him is going to pit. So Smith on pit road. So that'll move Dave Vincent up into the top 5.
He had a treacherous pit entry right there. It almost looked like he might lose it at any moment. Kind of shows just how difficult it is to get down pit road. He was swerving left, right, and center like a boat out there. For what it's worth, I don't quite know what swerving left, right, and center like a boat means either. So if you're trying to unpack that statement there. He was all over the place.
If you're driving this car, I mean, that's the best description of it. It's a boat. But it's a fun boat to drive. That's why we like it.
So Aaron Smith down and away, 4 tires. Ricky Harden's pitting here. So I would think that we're in the window, guys, obviously we are in the window to make it to the end, but I think this may be the winning strat here. We'll see.
Harden down in the pits. 43 laps to go. And your race leader, I mean, you talk about winning these races before. I mean, Frisch has already won a World 600. Did that with us last July. He won the All-In 650. Had a really good shot at competing in the Yankee 600. And then the Rockingham 508 was really the only race that at the end he wasn't up front and competing for the race win. So Frisch, awfully strong in these cars. He got to enjoy running in his 87 league a couple of months ago. But yeah, there are just certain people that really love this car. Michael Frisch is one of them. And he's really proven that here today. I know McAdams won that league, trailing Frisch right now, but and when it comes to this 87 car, I mean, there's hardly anybody you can find on the long run that's going to be better than Michael Frisch.
Alex Kolnick comes down pit road. Now, I would imagine if you're one of these guys who has come down pit road, say you're Michael Cozy, what have you, and a caution does... Oh, Michael Cozy having a little bit of frustration right now with the car ahead of him.
Yeah, Hayden Swank was pitting and told nobody. Cozy found out the hard way by basically moving him down to the apron with the bumper. That's why Cozy wasn't happy, because Hayden Swank pitted but didn't tell anybody. Like, I mean, he didn't tell anybody, not a word, not in the voice chat, not in the text chat, nothing. And he was stopping pretty much in the middle of 3 and 4. And Cozy just had nowhere to go. And as a result,
I'm sure he just thought he had plenty of racetrack. I mean, lap 20, or there's 24 cars, 25 rather, that are still on track. So, I mean, we've thinned out, we've spread out, we have all different types of tire and fuel and pit strategies going on right now. Guess he just thought he had enough time that, you can pit and not really announce it. I've done that plenty of times before in sim racing.
But you have a mirror.
Yeah, well, it's harder to do that when you're around people, and I'm sure just kind of thought that he wasn't around anybody for that.
And now back to that thought I was talking about. If a caution does come out and you're like a Michael Cozy character, that's a really difficult decision. Do you stay out or do you come down and get 4 and just bite the bullet that you didn't quite get where you needed to be?
I mean, I think if you're Frisch, you're going to take 4 regardless. I mean, yeah, you have...
I'm talking Cozy, not Frisch.
Oh, well, I mean... He's pit for the last time. He's done.
Okay. So if a caution comes out here, he's going to stay out on these older tires, even though maybe 6 cars or 5 cars behind him.
I mean, he'd have to pit at this point.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, over the green flag run. No, if there's caution right here, you're on the lead lap. You're taking 4 tires at that point.
Right.
Okay.
Now, something to note here. Remember, David L. Brown on the strategy. He's hoping this thing goes green to the end because he's still a lap down back in 16th, and he's about 3 seconds behind. Pitting. 3 seconds behind Martucci. But yeah, Frisch pulls the plug. So he's not going to try and push it all the way. He's going to pit about halfway through this run, make sure he can make it to the end. And basically put himself now on a strategy that could win himself the race, depending on how the rest of this shakes out.
If this goes green, Cozy's winning this race. There's no way around that. I don't think so. You really?
I don't think so. I think Frisch with the fresher tires, even though it's less of an advantage now than it was on this last run, I think Frisch with the fresher tires could give him a run for his money rather, and catch him. If not, Kevin could as well, depending on how long Kevin waits to pit. If he's got fresher tires, like if he waits another 5 laps and has 5-lap fresher tires than Frisch, he could catch both of them here and have a shot to win this race. If we stay green, I like the guys that pit on toward the end of this race compared to the guys that decide to pit right now. But it all depends on the speed that you have. If you're slower, pitting at the end isn't going to do you much good. If you're faster, though, pitting at the end could be a benefit.
I think if you're Kevin McAdams, as long as you have a car in front of you to draft with, I think you stay out here. He has Christopher Paff just up the road, who's on much fresher tires, so he's kind of running the same pace as him. And then obviously you have Frisch, who was directly behind Kevin. So I would wait maybe a lap or two, allow Frisch to pass me, give me a little bit of draft, and then pit. So you can kind of take advantage of the draft a little bit. Then after everything cycles out, hopefully you'll be close enough that as long as you can get within a second of Frisch within a couple laps, you'll have a tire advantage, and passing him will be a lot easier. So I would maybe hang on here for another lap or so, because Frisch is going to be gone in another lap. So either this time or next time by, I would come down if I were Kevin. Or maybe he thinks we're going to get a caution, and then you'd want to stay out a full fuel run, but I don't know if he's quite willing to do that.
With how spread out everybody is, I don't see there being a caution unless something big would have to happen, I think, just with how spread out the field is. Early on in the run, it's different when you got guys on top of each other. Now when they're so spread out around the 2-mile racetrack, when you only have 25 cars left, I think it's going to be a lot harder for there to be a caution at this point.
Oh, agreed there. And kind of trying to look at the interval between Cozy and Frisch. I mean, it's solid at 10 seconds right here. And if you're looking up at the lap counter, I mean, if you're Frisch, you want to be comfortable. You kind of want to make up about 0.3 a lap in that last time. Let's see what Cozy runs. 45.480. And we'll see what Frisch runs this next time. So a 45.48 to a 44.26. So that is a lot of time that Frisch is cutting out. Now, of course, that'll subside eventually. But I think in the next 33 laps, no doubt about it, I think Frisch is going to be able to chase down Michael Cozy Jr. As you can see Martucci right there pitting for his final stop of the race.
Here comes Melillo. He'll bring it down. So that leaves just really a handful of guys. Your top 5 plus Richie Price, Butler, and that's it as Brewer comes onto pit road. So 7 cars remaining that have yet really to make a stop. Here comes Kevin.
Now, Blake, to follow up with your point on those lap times, I'm looking at Cozy's lap times, and it's about 6 seconds of 43, 44s before he starts hitting the 45-second bracket and not just being that much faster. So I think Frisch really has to have some really great laps these first 6 to 8 laps just to be able to make up and eat through most of that lead he has.
Well, he's running a second a lap faster, Blake. He's running a second a lap faster than Cozy. And right now the gap is about maybe 7 seconds. It's possible here, 7-8 seconds, that Frisch is going to be able to close this gap as Krobak comes onto pit road. And we already saw DeGroot smashing his way into his pit box. So Brett Puncari is going to take over the lead.
And I know we're talking a lot about strategy here, but the door is open for these guys and Puncari, Dave Vincent, Jamie Ritchie Price.
We've got a car around. Ricky Burbank's around. This is off of 4. He's right at pit entrance. He just lost it all by himself, and as a result, he's just going to bring the car to pit road. So we'll stay green once again. Another scare, but the guys keep sliding off the racetrack. So we just keep staying green as a result.
Dave Vincent's calling out that he's going to pit, so he'll surrender the second position. But as I was saying, I mean, the door is still open if we do get a caution. You're going to throw Smith and Richie Price and a bunch of other names into the mix here. It's definitely not over.
All right, so Vincent's in, as we mentioned. Jimmy Ritchie Price is in here. Frisch is about 5 seconds back on on Cozy, maybe 6. So he's still reeling it in right now. As we've got one around here in turn 2, it's Kolonix. He's already stopped, and he drove it in way too hard into turn 2 and got loose up against the fence. Big slide and save, but that's going to cost him spots. He was the closest car to Cozy that had already stopped. Not anymore. That's now Frisch, and he is roughly 5 seconds back on car 99.
Well, he came over the radio and said 2 tires is not the call, so I think we got our answer. Is 2 tires a viable strategy?
Yeah. Well, Harden tried the same thing as well. He's on 2 tires, and I don't think that's going to quite work out for him either. 4 tires has been the call for many, many others. But Pancari and Butler still staying on the racetrack here.
Frisch 0.3 of a second faster that last lap.
The one thing that helps Cozy is he has lap traffic who's pretty much the same speed as him and Cole Freilich. And again, that makes a huge difference. He's able to catch the draft. You see Frisch had a little bit from Butler that last time by. But Cozy is being saved, I think, by the fact that he has Cole Freilich directly in front of him, 0.3 in front of him. And you can see how much that's helping pull him along. And there are no cards now between Frisch and Cozy. So 5.5 seconds is the gap. And we talked about how much Frisch was running Cozy down. Well, now that's starting to kind of even out a little bit. And again, Cozy has lap traffic. Frisch does not. And off of that corner, I think Cozy even gained time on Frisch.
Frisch that last time by was just 0.3 faster. We'll see what it is here at the line. Let's see. So Cozy gets to the line right now of 45.654. Frisch's time of 45.267. So about 0.4. Frisch is faster, so it's down to 4.5. You can't let that margin fall too much. Otherwise, he's going to run out of laps, I think, and the tire balance, or the tires will just balance out entirely here. So if Frisch, at this rate, needs some luck or a caution or something. Maybe he needs Cozy just to overheat the tires a little bit too much. I'm not sure. He's still gaining a little bit, but he's got to maintain the pace if he wants to have a shot at car 99.
Well, the 99 is now racing the 15 machine. That might be exactly what he's looking for, with the 15 now trailing the 99. You know, this, I was going to say, this is when we need the AWS insight of the how many laps to the battle and the difficulty of the pass. You know, that little F1 graphic. Come on, Zach. We need you to use the power of AWS. I got no reply.
That'll be in the budget.
Yeah.
Program that into ATVO, and we'll work on it.
A battle forecaster. Oh yeah, there we go.
I'm just happy that after a year we have not a weather graphic. We have an upcoming graphic. Granted, you're going to see the same thing over and over and over and over and over the rest of the season. But wow, look at that. You don't know where anybody's at, but you know when it's on, except Autobahn only has 2 more races left, and they're not racing on Monday. Yeah. And Road to Pro's not on there, but, you know, these things happen.
Road to Pro's what? That's next
week.
Yeah, not tomorrow.
Yep. Correct. Yeah. Tomorrow is, I guess, the debut of SimCar. I have no idea because I'm not working it. But I think, maybe, confirmation, somebody.
Bueller.
Always a lot going on in the sim world. As with 24 laps to go, Brett Pancari is hanging on to the race lead. I highly doubt that he would be able to go 65 laps. Is what he would need on this last run to be able to make it to the end. Highly doubt that that's possible. But I think Pancari right now just looking at what he can potentially do to win this race, and there'd be no better way than to stay out and hope that at some point a caution comes out, and he would have the ability or the chance to be able to win this race if that were to happen. You see Kevin McAdams here. Remember, he pit a couple of laps, 5 laps after Frisch. He still has a gap of about 4.5 seconds to try and chase down Michael P. Frisch. He is catching that 58 car, but again, I think we run into the same thing with Cozy. When does that level off start to happen? Because Frisch now is kind of flatlined or so behind Cozy about 4 seconds and hasn't really been able to eat much into that gap, maybe a tenth, maybe a little bit less than 2/10 a lap. And with 20 to go, it's about 3.5 seconds now, the gap between Cozy and Frisch. I mean, starting to work into the math where you're going to need a little bit more than that to try and catch him and pass him.
No, and Frisch is stuck side by side with the lap car right now, and I'm sure he's ready to snap his steering wheel in half. Yeah. Because Matt Brewer is a lap down in 17th, and he has been hanging and hanging and hanging alongside Frisch. Now he finally gets out of the way, and I think Frisch said something over the radio. Didn't quite process what he said, but I imagine it was aimed toward him. Now, Frisch was still 4/10 a lap faster than Cozy that last time by, and he's got it down to 3 seconds. So he's still improving that gap, and it's maintained around 4/10 a lap for the last 5 or so, maybe 10 laps. So Frisch has got the gap under 3 seconds. He's still got the fishing pole out and is reeling him in.
That last time by Thomas Martucci lost it off of corner exit turn number 4, brought it down pit road. No caution, obviously. We're still green.
That type of night for Thomas Martucci, unfortunately.
We got actually a race for...
Or no, that's not Harden. That's Dave Vincent who scrapes the outside wall right there. That's the thing. There's a lot of good battles going on back here. 8th and 9th. This is all behind your race leader in Brett Pancari. This is all for position. They're within about a second of each other. Robbie Lyons, Dave Vincent, David L. Brown. Sam Oliver is a lap down, or at least further down the road than these guys are. He's 2 laps down. Everybody else here is 1 lap down. But this is a good battle for position going on amongst some of these drivers that are looking to get back on the lead lap here with 20 laps to go.
It's this would be for the lucky dog, actually, if they're not able to get out in front of this leader. Obviously, Dave Vincent got a bit of a run here. He'll be able to clear himself off. But it was, for a while there, an important battle just to be the first car 1 lap down.
Definitely a big part of things as well, as it will not be Vincent or Lyons any longer because they unlapped themselves. Right now, the lucky dog would be David Brown if the caution flag were to fly. I mean, Pancari, though, he's kind of running up 47 laps. He could probably go about another 5 or 6, I would say, before he has to call it quits. But give a tip of the cap. He's at least trying something to try and win this race.
Michael P. Frisch has the gap down to 2.1. He's got a lap car in the way of Cole Freilich, and we'll see how much of an impact Freilich has here. I know Freilich was tailing off the back of Cozy for the last couple of laps, but he eventually lost him. Frisch just has to find a way to get by him here without losing too much time. He goes to the outside. We'll see what the difference here is in lap time. It's 3/10 exactly between Cozy and Frisch that last time by, and Frisch is able to get by Freilich without any problems. All sights now on the back door of car 99 to try both of them looking for their first wins as far as these big 87 races that we've done here. And right now, it's looking like it's going to come down between the two of them.
Sean M. Butler calls out that he is going to pit, but you're exactly right. The battle for your top 2 likely coming down to the 99 and the 58 unless Brett Pancari can pull a rabbit out of his hat and have a caution be thrown. Last time by Cozy 714, Michael P. Frisch a 5.38. So just enough that if he were to kind of maintain this pace, he would catch Cozy, you also have to remember, too, as soon as he gets in within about a second, he'll start to get a little bit of that draft. He'll start to speed up even more. And by the way, guys, I wouldn't throw Kevin McAdams out of the mix either. If these two get to battling and Cozy really tries to hold off Frisch, it wouldn't be out of the question that McAdams could kind of take advantage of it on his fresher tires and make something of this race.
It's definitely possible. One small little note I wanted to make, closing up a story from earlier, David L. Brown looks like he's going to entirely intend to make it all the way to the end here. He is clutching through every single corner, so more of a moral or just a personal victory if he can do it on one stop here by just clutching and saving gas. But every corner going through nice and quiet, alone with his thoughts, while his engine basically sits there completely turned off.
And we knew he was going to have to do that too. If he was going to make the one stop work, that he was really going to have to save hard in this second stint. But Michael P. Frisch, 1.5 seconds back with 14 laps to go. We're getting down close, and unless Frisch can catch Cozy's draft, Cozy might be able to hang on. But man, if these two get within draft range here, we could have a barn burner here. And I tell you what, Cozy against the wall cost him 0.2 because it's now down to 1.2. So Frisch gained a lot of time there in turns 1 and 2.
I'm just shocked that as this race has gone on, the top was the line. It was the dominant groove. Everybody wanted to be up there, complaining, oh, it's going to be Bristol again. And yet, as this race has gone on, we have totally transitioned away from that to where everybody's kind of wanting to run that second groove. It seems to be the preferred line for these drivers. And you could see Cozy trying to do all he can to try and break the draft from Michael P. Frisch. It's not doing a whole lot to help him, though. Still, another couple tenths in the bag for Frisch to make up on Cozy.
It almost looks like Frisch is better in 1 and 2 down the back, and then Cozy pulls him back just a hair in 3 and 4.
There's Brett Pancari.
Yep.
So Pancari gives up his lead. He could still potentially pull it off if there's a caution within the next couple of seconds or so. But it looks like it's not going to happen. But a valiant effort there for Brett Pancari, who will, I imagine, get back out and probably still have an opportunity to race his way back into the top 10 before all is said and done. But back up front, Frisch a 5.41, Cozy a 7.14, so not as much of a gain that last time by for Frisch, but the closer he gets, he's going to get a sniff of that draft, and he is going to be all over Cozy, who you can see wheeling it off in turn number 2.
Inside 9/10. He's a-coming.
That gap behind Michael P. Frisch back to Kevin McAdams, that is held steady at 4 seconds. So unless McAdams can really find something here, a mistake by these top two, this is likely the race for the win. Crossing the stripe this time, 13 laps to go, or 12 laps to go rather, 24 miles left. So we are well above 500 miles into this thing. And the gap between 1 and 2 is nearly down to half a second.
Oh, Frisch got the wall. I think they both got really close. Frisch doesn't lose a ton of time here, and Cozy, you see, trying to break the draft. Not only that, also trying to get the draft off Martucci, who just came off the pit road. Right now, oh man, we're shaping up to have a banger of a finish. Oh man, Cozy almost got the wall.
Cozy is using every inch of this racetrack to try and break the draft. Frisch is going to have a run with 11 laps to go. The battle is on for the win of the California 550. Michael P. Frisch down to the bottom. Cozy's going to go all the way up to the top. And does he have anything for him to try to get a run off the corner? Cozy a little bit loose, but Frisch holding steady on the bottom. Frisch makes up time on the bottom.
Oh, side by side, going down the backstretch. No one clearly faster here.
Oh, he's pinching him.
Yeah, I think Cozy just trying to make life as difficult as possible, trying to stave off the inevitable here. Is off of turn number 4, a slide out of Cozy, but he's going to side draft Frisch, pull him back, 10 laps to go. And after 530 miles, it comes down to this.
These are the two, I think, most aggressive guys that would go for the win here, and they've raced each other a ton in these cars, and especially on the service. Frisch is going to be clear here off 2. Cozy got a little loose.
And there he goes. Nothing he could do to try to hold off those fresh tires as Michael P. Frisch takes control of the California 550 with just 10 laps to go. And I tell you what, I wouldn't put Cozy out of it yet. I mean, he's going to have the draft here for Frisch. He may be able to hang on for a little bit. And as I say that, another little wiggle up by Michael Cozy Jr. off of the corner.
I don't know, man. I think Cozy's tires are shot. I think his only opportunity is if a caution were to come out and rebunch the field up and everybody comes back to pit road. But you got to keep in mind here, too, no green-white checkers. So if we get a caution within 4 laps to go, you're running the risk of us not getting the race restarted and us finishing under caution.
I also would say if a caution comes out right now, I'm Brett Pancari. I'm staying out. There is no reason to come down and get 4 tires, or I'm going to go do 2 tires. My tires are so fresh, and I'm in 5th.
Yeah, I think at this point, you would just throw caution to the wind, and, what's the difference between 5th and 10th? Although we do have championship points that are going to come into play in this one, so you can't entirely throw it out, I guess, just yet. But Frisch can pretty much just set it on cruise control. He could probably save a little bit and just not push the issue. Cozy, the last couple of laps, has kind of leveled off with Frisch a little bit, maybe just a 10th down or so. And we've seen crazier things happen in these races. I mean, think back to the Yankee 600. Butler going into the last corner pretty much had the race won, and, didn't turn out quite like that.
Yeah.
We got a battle for 10th right now. Well, as soon as I say that, the 5 car loses his balance off corner exit. Well, it's looking like it was going to be a fun battle, but that's that battle. Yeah, that battle right there is not quite as exciting as it was when I brought it up.
The crowbar cable, the squeeze on by, you see back there for 10th. Another battle going on up here for the 6th position between Aaron Smith and Dave Vincent. And you'd imagine with Vincent on the fresher tires that it's likely he gets the better end of this battle with just a couple of laps to go. And I think that goes to show you, though, that Pancari pitted as late as he did, and yet is already back up to 5th. I think that shows you that he was fast already, but he wanted to take the gamble to try and win. And as you were mentioning, Jacob, we're getting close to that point that even if we do have a caution, no green-white checkers here in 1987 with these 87 rules. So if we were to get a yellow, I think with 3 to go would be the official cutoff where we would not get going back green.
Well, and you look at Pancari here, he's running at a pace where he might be able to get 4th out of this. He's going to be too far back for McAdams unless something really goes wrong with that 26, but he's within 2 seconds of Kolonix, and he's running about a second a lap faster than Kolonix right now. So Pancari could be in the window here to pick off one more spot, which, in the grand scheme of things, points, the season lasts all the way through December with races throughout the year. It's a good points day for Car 35.
That it is. That's the one part of this event that makes it a little bit different, as Melillo and Hardin are racing hard back here. This is for position. This is for the 11th spot, and these two have been going at it. Melillo has 10-lap fresher tires than Ricky Hardin, but obviously has a chance at a top 10 here if he can make it work.
And David L. Brown caught these guys too. Somebody that's trying to save to make it to the end, and he's driving faster than these guys.
About 2 laps ago, he almost lost it through 1 and 2, and he slipped back behind him, so he may be quicker, but he's having a hard time keeping grip on those tires.
I wonder if, he thinks he's saved enough and now it's all systems go and he's just going to be on full blast for these final couple laps or what, because he's trying to make it some 60 laps on a tank of fuel, and right now it's proven well. Let's see if he can hold on for these final 4.
In this group of 3 are behind Anthony Kroback by about a second. That would be for the 9th position. So all of these battles are for position. We have had, and by the way, I think if you said we were going to go green to the end, you were going to be right on that prediction. As here's a slider from Melillo. He clears Hardin. They're going to go side by side. They nearly come to doors off of turn number 2, and Melillo going to get a little bit of drafting help here from David L. Brown, who he may try to improve a couple spots here. I think you're exactly right. He is done saving fuel.
This is an incredible battle right now for a top 10 overall. So
Pancari caught Kalnick's here for 4th.
Ooh.
Tried to get a run through 1 and 2, but Kalnick's was able to string that outside line together. See if Pancari can maybe get him back here in 3, but this is, as far as top 5's concerned, unless there's a wreck, this is the only battle inside your top 5 you're going to get here for the final 2 laps.
Yeah, I think Pancari, he has 28 lap fresher tires, so you'd imagine that he will be looking to have this spot in relatively short order. Kalnick can try to put up a battle all he wants to, but I just don't know if it's going to be enough, although, Pancari may have taken 2, but I don't think it matters. Pancari up into the 4th position and will pass Alex Kalnick easily to make up that spot. But white flag going to be displayed this time for Michael P. Frisch. One more trip around the Auto Club Speedway.
Blake, I don't know if he was necessarily the fastest car all night long, but he was the fastest car when it mattered the most, which is with the strategy here. He's absolutely just blitzed everybody here. We thought for a moment that he was going to be in the position to lose, but man, oh man, once he got to pit road, got those fresh tires.
Oh, they're wrecking in front of him. The 5-car round, 83 around. 5 cars in the middle of the track. Off of turn 4, he gets it going forward.
He's out of the way. We're good. Frisch is coming home a winner.
Off the racing surface and out of turn number 4. It's going to be his 3rd win in these 87 events, but he starts 2023 with a victory. Michael P. Frisch is the winner of the California 550. See Butler right there limping home. Ricky Hardin.
But Butler got turned off of corner exit of turn number 4 as well.
He didn't get turned. He got loose and then got run over as a result. He got loose and then Matt Brewer just drop kicked him, basically, coming out of turn 4 there.
I was looking at that battle. I was wondering, they got really sketched through that last corner. I was concerned that they were going to cause a blockage on track for Frisch and make things at least semi-interesting coming to the checkered flag, but fortunately that got cleared up and Frisch well-deservedly wins the race.
All right, so we end this race on a 120, or no, excuse me, let me do my math correctly here. 117 lap run to end the race. I'd say that's pretty good.
Blake, I do believe you and me were one of very few people to, in the prediction vote, that we were going to go green to the end. That was a...
I thought you were making fun of me for saying that we were going to go green to the end.
Well, you did say it shortly after a caution happened.
Yes.
So,
and then you tried to disagree with me, and I was right.
Yeah. I laughed at you, but I've bet it in the way that you suggested, so...
Let's see if we can't get a quick word with Michael Frisch and then get out of here. I know these guys are just as tired as we are, perhaps more so than us up here in the broadcast booth. So Actually, I think P. Frisch is in the Discord here. I think we can move him up here.
Somewhere. Move to. There we go.
Oh my God.
Michael P. Frisch, winner of the California 550. How does it feel?
Oh, this feels great. This one's awesome. You really, I can't even think about those last 100 laps because it feels like they were tunnel vision. Because I was just zooming through my brain with everyone doing different strategies and whatnot. So, I mean, that was such a long race. There was so much going on in the first half and the second half, the third half and the fourth half. I don't even know.
Well, I know you said you were pretty agitated at one point, saying that you want a green flag run to the end, or want green flag pit stops. Well, you got it, and I think you proved why you wanted it.
Well, yeah, I mean, come on, we got 275 laps at Auto Club. You should have a couple green flag pit stops. Unfortunately, got one tonight, but actually, really, when Cozy pit there early on me, I knew it was coming. When I pulled up within a second of him, I had an instinct in me that he was going to come down in pit road, and I would have to switch up my strategy, do something different, and he did, but I had a backup plan just in case.
All right, well, what do you think this does moving forward? I know you kind of technically take the championship lead with this, and of course, I'm sure the Rockingham 508 may be next up on your list.
Rockingham, definitely one of those tracks you want to put on the list to win for sure. A very special track. It's very into the driver's hands. It's not like, I'm not saying, every track's like that, but Auto Club tonight, I found the lane and I kind of stuck to it on that first seam, and it seemed to save the tires a lot more compared to everyone around me. So I kind of learned that halfway through the race, and that's where my strong point was. I learned it quicker than everybody else, so going into Rockingham, hopefully we can learn something that gains us a couple tenths and find some speed. Because last time I was there, I struggled. I ran over a couple people. It was not my race, that's for sure.
All right, Frisch. Well, congratulations on yet another victory in these events. And who knows, maybe we'll be talking to you after the next one as well.
Thank you, guys. I just want to thank Bar Visuals, North Force Racing, Apex Photography, and of course you, Blake, and broadcast crew. You guys put on awesome events, and I'm ready for the next one. Put me in the seat.
All right. Well, we got a little bit of a break before the next one, guys. It's the way we typically like to do it. Every 2 months or so seems to be a good interval for these events. But any final thoughts before we wrap it up?
Well, right here we'll see the not a caution, but definitely a wreck on the last lap that almost caught up Michael P. Frisch. You'll see 83 gets a little loose, and boom.
And you can see Harden is out of the way, so no issue there for Frisch, but definitely would have been. That was the caution that Brett Pancari and so many other drivers were looking for over the course of that run. You can see Butler here on the last lap. Oh man, he just got a little bit sideways on his own,
and then got finished off there by Brewer. Just washing up the racetrack trying to save it.
Well, he did.
Brewer really had nowhere to go.
He did kind of wash up right into his lanes.
Yeah.
Frustrating day for Sean. He needed one more caution to really kind of get back into the battle of things, and unfortunately the last caution came, and that was it. Left him with 1 minute of damage. Couldn't repair it.
See the results.
The Rock!
Right there on your screen, the top 10 as they continue to run. Good runs for Dave Vincent, Aaron Smith, Robbie Lyons, Anthony Krobach strong. And then how about Justin Malillo rebounded for a top 10? Good run for him. See further back through the field. Really like these races where we're able to spread out. We get these long green flag runs, but you can see the result, just 13 cars in this race on the lead lap. You can see Butler a lap down, Richie Price a lap down as well. Further back through the field, a couple of drivers that had some damage, had some issues, and some that I think just saw how long that race was going to go. I thought, yeah, you know what, maybe we'll try again for the next one. But nevertheless, want to thank everybody for coming out here tonight. A very fun event, as all of these have been. And Jacob, I'm ready to get going for Rockingham here in a couple weeks, or a couple months, I should say.
Okay, couple months, but it's going to come up on us fast.
Yes.
I had no idea that this race was this week until last week. So, believe me, we'll get to the start of May and you'll go, "Oh shoot, it's Rockingham time." And you know, The Rock was such a great show last year, and I can't wait to see how it all shakes out this year. Hopefully, we get a lot of people to turn out for it like we did a season ago, and hopefully Travis keeps his phone under lock and key so he doesn't call any of the drivers in the middle of the heats this time around. No matter how funny it was, you know, it did bring out yet another caution. So.
Certainly so. Well, I want to thank everybody who helped put this on. Ben Easterday in race control, Zach Johnson down in the virtual production trailer, Josh Mendoza and Jacob Hitz, my partners in the broadcast booth tonight. To everybody out there who contributed to the race, that put in time on the setup and this track, testing everything, we truly appreciate it. To everybody who donated, all the drivers and spectators we had up there that donated to the cause, and Music City Youth and the Arts, we greatly appreciate it as well. We'll get payouts and all that sorted out here shortly. But until next time, I'm Blake McCandless saying so long from the Auto Club Speedway. We bid you farewell and congratulations to tonight's winner, Michael P. Frisch of the California 550, benefiting Music City Youth and the Arts. Have a great night.